100 billion for dresses, but I can't stop laughing. 100 million for dresses, surely. As in, honestly, let's be a bit more serious. We need some sense of sanity. This country is being led by mad people. To be quite honest, very, very mad people. 100 million for dresses. And I remember when we talked about the foolish statues at Eldoret, when Eldoret was being named a city, hata hapo pesa ilipotea. Let's be honest, money disappeared there somewhere. Now we are talking about Endarasha also, and this is where you see the madness coming in. Endarasha investigations are being done. Nothing has come out. We now have this so-called professor, and I put it in quotes, Professor Kithure Kindiki, saying that it doesn't mean that in a situation where there are crowds and police are trying to control those crowds, that people are shot, and those people who are firing those bullets might not necessarily be police officers. I mean, bullets are serialized in this country. They're records. I mean, if we can have a whole so-called professor saying such things in public, seriously, as in what professor, what school gave him that professor title? At some point in time, we should say we have insane people in leadership, and as much as they are all insane, we just need to clean all of them out, including all this, even Kina Kalonzo, who are saying now that they're supporting Rigiji. All of them need to go. They are behind the problems we've been having since independence. So let's not mince words. Let's be very categorical. If we're talking about impeachment, we're impeaching all of them. MPs, MCAs, women reps, all of them. We need fresh people who are sober-minded, even including the clergy. I'm also not supporting this Ole Sapit guy, because he always seems to be talking from both sides of the mouth. He's always seen, again, talking to Kina Ruto at State House. And I remember during the Mandamanos, they all went there, a crop of bishops, and they all left with brown paper bags. If you see that photo, you'll see all their pockets are bulging. So, pesa imetembea. So they are always supporting these politicians. And when it gets very serious and now the country doesn't have money and they're being told they'll be taxed, you've seen them complaining again that, oh no, it's the work of God, it should not be taxed, oh, blah this, blah that. So let's not mince words. We have a problem, and the problem goes into leadership, and that leadership also includes the clergy. It includes all these insane people in those seats. So before the space went down, I know there's a guy called Farouk who was talking about changing the constitution, and I had insisted the people who are in charge in those particular institutions are the problem, not the institution, not the constitution. So we should remain focused on implementation of the constitution. Leave this madness out of it. And I hope that if they try and push that budget, because they're always giving us reasons every day to go back to the streets. And I think it's high time that people start having also that conversation. We should now have everyday sit down. Mambo Tuesday and Thursday is now getting a little bit old. They think we are children. We are no longer children. We have become all activists, and as rightly Ruto called us, we are all anarchists now. We are treasonous anarchists. So let's behave like the anarchists we are. Let's go sit down on those streets in every city that we have, in every town that we have, and show them that we are not going to accept the madness anymore. I mean, Ras, I don't think we all wear dresses, bwana. We cannot be told 100 million. Kwani tutavaa dresses, all 55 million of us, bwana?
Mutaona chenye Kenya mtaiona 100 million. Wacha tulete ni namba ya nani hapa hivi. Tutafutane na Itumbi. Yes, who is that? Yes.
Nikioti. So nakutumia namba ya Itumbi, lakini wacha niwafurahishe. Unaona kuna that approved procurement ya government ya 2023-2024. Yeah, there is this item number 282 yenye imekuwa approved. Yeah, wacha niwaambie hiyo item ni nini, mtashangaa. Hiyo item ni 1 3-piece suit. Yeah, sijui kama ni ya president ama ni ya nani, because ni inalipwa na the government of Kenya. Hiyo nguo imekuwa procured na 2,500,400. Angalieni saizi kwa portal ya nini anaitwa nani huyu mwenye anafanyanga auditing. Acha pia niko na watumia screenshot yake. Bana mimi nilishtuka bana. Nilishtuka. Suti ya 2,500,400. Bana hizi nikipewa naweza nunua suti hadi ya kukufa.
Naweza taka I want since Ayo is here, I know he can bring that one out very correctly, but I also need a new voice yenye tujakuwa tukisikia hapa kwa space, and I've seen Patrick here. Patrick, before you weigh in, there's something, it is my observation, my personal observation. I think William Ruto is on the path of making fellow politicians very comfortable. Naona ni kama William Ruto is very okay with all the politicians, all the governors, MCAs, because even in the bill that is being introduced in parliament, where the guards yenye huyu Senator Cherargei anatoa ya kuleta a term, extension of the term limit for the president, nimekuja kurealize hiyo bill pia, it also applies to the governor. So ujue wakati unakaa hapa uko na governor mshenzi kama wa Bungoma County, sorry to say that, ujua huyo governor ataongezewa mamlaka kama president 7, equals also to the MCA pia term yake inaenda 7. So I think William Ruto is on a trajectory ya to make sure the politicians are very okay in this country. And why does he do this? William Ruto knows very well he does not draw power from wananchi. His political survival depends on the politician, and that's why we keep saying that as long as this head survives up there, then the reign of impunities continues. Sasa sisi tuendelee kuwa angry kama tutachoose kukaa hapa tukipiga kelele. It is time we implemented our actions. Mwenelewa, we translate these talks into action. Wale wenye wataamua kuwa Al-Shabaab pia kama mimi na tuamue, raise up your hand tuendelee na hiyo route, kwa sababu lazima we come with the radical, we need to be radicalized kabisa. As I say so, let me give this platform Patrick. What is your observation? What is the way forward as a country?
Thank you, Ras. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for this topic. Where are we headed to as a country? I want just to paint for you 3 key scenarios of where we are headed as a country. Scenario number 1 is this: we are headed to a constitutional crisis. William Ruto is fomenting a constitutional crisis in this country today. As we speak, as I was speaking to one of some lawyers, they say IEBC is supposed to review the boundaries of the 210 constituencies. We don't have the IEBC. That means the boundaries will not be reviewed. So are we going to head to an election without reviewing the boundaries? Because the law that currently exists says that we have to review the boundaries after a period of time, and that period expired by March of this year. That's the one crisis you're headed to. The second crisis on constitutional issues is this. We are talking about, some MPs are talking about impeaching Rigathi as the deputy president. Now, let me ask you one fundamental question. And God forbid, if today there was a vacancy in the office of the president, what happens to this country? There's a vacancy in the office of the president. The Constitution says the deputy takes over. In the event that the deputy cannot take over, the speaker will act for around 3 months or 60 days, I don't know, wherever, I'll check, and then we have elections. So if in the worst case scenario we had that kind of a crisis, the deputy cannot take over, he's facing impeachment and the crisis issues, what happens to this country? And then they say the Speaker of the National Assembly will just act for like 3 months, we go to an election. Will we go to an election, or what will happen to this country? So what William Ruto is doing is fomenting a constitutional crisis, and he's doing this with one key intention. He wants to create a crisis so that he has a state of emergency. He wants to hang on power for more time. He wants to create that kind of a system so that we have IBC late in the day, so that when we go to the election in 2027, the elections can either be bungled or people can rise up because the elections have not been organized properly. Then he organizes themselves to hang on power. That's the subject I want to raise on the constitutional issue. The second issue is this. We are headed to state capture. Key institutions and key government and strategic infrastructure is being captured by William Ruto and his agents, the Adani. This is a clear example of what happened in South Africa with the Gupta family when they captured they did state capture in South Africa, which led to the removal of President Zuma as the president of South Africa. The same scenario happening in this country calls for the removal of the president because he's inviting foreign agents to take over some key strategic infrastructure projects in our country, and then we are going to surrender our sovereignty to some foreign powers we don't know, and then it's like we are going to be slaves to William Ruto. That is something we need to address. And then finally, where are we headed as a country? Politically, when I look at the galaxy of the leaders we have, currently we have Raila Odinga and William Ruto. They have formed their own formation. That is the kind of formation they are making for 2027. But luckily, when I speak to some people who are staunch Raila supporters, I've realized there's a shift of those people who are inspired by Raila Odinga have lost that hope. And I see that as a good area for us. And then I see another area of another group of leaders who have been in power and they want to get back to power. And for the time they were in power, they didn't inspire or didn't show any leadership in this country. They are also grouping to get to power. Then I see a third formation, which is the Gen Z and the others who are rising up to the new realities and they want to see a better Kenya. And these are the people who are here on the spaces and all over the country who are crying for different Kenya. So we have this kind of formations. The challenge we have today as we speak here and we speak and brainstorm is now how we're going to get these better voices of Kenyans to take over power from one, William Ruto, two, from those who have been in power and want to get back. I can see that these two groups, those who are in power now and those who have been in power before, when they get to power, they'll just continue to perpetuate the same culture. It will be business as usual. The only group of people who promises a better Kenya for this country are the current group who are agitating for business as usual. We want to do things differently. And that is where we are. This is now the support we should galvanize. The nation is crying for this kind of new leadership. We have to seize this moment and offer leadership. I was thinking in terms of three ways we can do this. One, let us create a team of leaders in this movement who can offer that leadership. Secondly, let us have our think tank. Let us have professionals of all cadres providing consultancy and thinking for the next course of action. And then let's have a group who are ready to do logistics and do activities that can drive this movement forward. For me, that is the kind of issues I can paint that we are looking at in the coming days as a country. William Ruto strategizing to stay in power, create a crisis, and even form himself into a dictator. Those who have been in power wanting to come back, and a new generation and a new form of leadership that's supposed to emerge. That is the kind of future we are painting at, and we now need to strategize to get to that level. And I think I'll not want to share the strategies for now. I think that's just food for thought for all of us to start thinking. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I would have not put it better way than that. I think we have been lacking. That is the kind of talk we have been lacking here. Strategy. And man, that is so beautiful. Before I hand over to Binti and Ayo as the next speaker, Patrick, there's this question I would want to pose to you. The presidential ticket comes as a joint ticket, yeah? It comes as a joint ticket. Now there is a motion to impeach. Is it an indictment on the entire presidency, since it was a joint ticket? Is it also constitutional to impeach the deputy president minus the president? Kindly, if you can answer that. Because there are people.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I've gotten your question, yeah? My reading of the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, they have clear provisions of how to impeach the president and also how to impeach the deputy president. And the template is the same. Gross violation of the Constitution, a reason to believe you have committed a serious crime, gross misconduct. But basically, on one level, the two were elected on a joint ticket and they work together. You are right in one sense when you say if you impeach the deputy president, in a way you're also impeaching the president. But now, basically, what we know, this is a presidential system and the buck stops with the president. The deputy just assists the president. The person who makes the decision is the president. So today I posted on my Twitter handle and I said, if they are bringing a motion to impeach the deputy president, then on violation of the Constitution, William Ruto is also indicted because, one, William Ruto denied Kenyan people to exercise their constitutional right to peacefully and armed to protest and present petitions. He blocked people from presenting petitions to parliament, to state house, and all government authorities. He shot them, he abducted them, he arrested them. That is a serious violation of our constitution. On the issues of committing crimes against humanity, he organized his secret police force to shoot at unarmed peaceful demonstrators. Those are crimes against humanity. How do you shoot unarmed protesters? You're only allowed to shoot if the people are armed, but the people not armed. The only arm they had was the Kenyan flag, a water bottle, and Colgate. Those are not weapons that can threaten the police. So he has seriously committed those crimes. And I was saying, whoever is drafting that impeachment motion should also impeach the president at the same time. And I wish if there were provisions in our constitution that if the MPs fail to impeach the president, the people can do that. And currently we have a case pending in court where people have sought the interpretation of the sovereignty, Article 1 of the Constitution, that we have given you this power as our leaders. What if you fail to act on the power we gave you? Can we, the owners of this power, act on our own? Because we have given this power to the MPs to impeach the president. But the MPs have failed to impeach the president. So what do? We recall back that power and we can impeach the president and our MPs. So some people have moved to court and we are waiting that ruling where we want an interpretation of Article 1, where the sovereign power of the people, if the people we have donated this power fail to act as we want, do we now take back the power and we act the way we want? So we are waiting for the court to mark that interpretation. But currently, a member of parliament can also institute those impeachment proceedings against the president, because in my view, the president has equally failed violating the constitution. The deputy has also equally failed in that role, and the buck stops with the president. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've touched on Parliament. I doubt whether Parliament can do that currently. It is a stooge of somebody. Now, back to Binti. Binti, as you take over, where is Ayo? Ayo alikuwa. Ayo has escaped.
Oh, Ayo is gone. I didn't know he's gone, but whenever he comes back, I'll give him the mic. Okay,
take it over as I do want to.
So, Mizani, remember you're a co-host as well, so you just open your mic whenever you want to open. I love for ladies. I'm just seeing Toria here. Where are you? I'm not seeing you on the request on the speakers panel. What's going on? You can't just be having mine and Toria's voices. Before I go to our next speaker, Mizani, I've just seen your hand.
This hand keeps raising itself up, but thanks for noticing my hand was up. Now, interesting that you guys are talking about everything that will happen in the event. There's an issue to deal with extension or the host of the DP. I'm interested to find out what guys think about the issue that was raised earlier on the constitution and amendments that are people suggesting. I've seen a new name here, but before I can engage them, I would love to know if they have any link to JJ Mugala of Ikolomani. Mugala Joseph, good evening to you.
Evening.
What's your linkage to JJ Mugala, former member of parliament Ikolomani, back in the years?
Oh, He was my grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you and I need to have a conversation. But then again, proceed.
Okay.
Proceed. The mic is yours. Yes. Let's see if that politician in you lives.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the current state of the nation and where we are heading as a country. At the moment, kwanza, we really can't afford for Ruto to get the second term because things are really not working. The corruption level is so high. There's weakening of the rule of law. Alafu bribery. I don't know what is happening. In these public offices, everywhere there's bribery. Kwa barabara, police bribery, everywhere. So, and I wanted to raise maybe an issue or maybe awareness. There's a lot of cybercrime going on involving M-Pesa, and I don't know how to go about it, but Safaricom needs to really up its services when it comes to the cybercrime. So let me now go to where are we heading as a country. The first thing, maybe as we go forward, we need to protect the journalists and to have more investigative journalism. You remember how the fertilizer scandal came up? It was because of the investigative journalism. Then there are these people who are like a weapon. Hawa watu wenye Ruto anatumia kututesa. There is the police, wanatumia police brutality. There is really the religion. I think religion. Let me not say much about it because it watu waliongelea. And then there's this ethnic mobilization. This the politics of patronage and tokens. This the
Guys, can you hear?
Mnaniona? Ati mnanisikia? So nilifika point ya
Yes, tunamsikia.
Yeah, nilifika point ya the politics of patronage or tokenism. Hizi crowds zenye mnaonanga ati there is a lot of crowds going 2 or 3 days before that person afike. Hizi zenye mnasikia ati homecoming. Gari zinakonga zimetembea zinaambia watu hii siku mkue huku, and then they give people cash after the events. And then the youth unemployment and the poverty imetumika sana as a weapon. So going forward as a country, I think us, the people who want to see a better Kenya, we are supposed to see how we can sell this dream so that hata ule mtu mwenye ako chini aweze ku relate to whatever is going on and whatever we are doing, and they can work with us. And then there's an issue of social justice. There's a lot that has happened since the year started. Kumekuwa na floods, kumekuwa na drought in Kilifi in a place called Bamba. Kuna Shakahola, kuna Kware, and then recently kuna hii Endarasha fires. We see the government as in, I really don't understand what is happening because they are not like, ni kama hawatuhudumii sisi. Priorities zao kama sahi mashujaa, let me not talk about it juu ilikuwa imeongelewa, but we see a lot of aid from Red Cross. I saw Eric Omondi doing something which was really good. So going forward, pia kama tunaweza kuwa na hiyo social justice aspect as we do our activities. And then the new crop of freedom fighters. Unajua sisi sahi ni kama wale watu wa Maumau, because this nation is sinking into a corrupt and a police state penye police wana brutalize watu, and the CS in charge anasema tu ati hizo guns maybe hata si police ndio walikuwa na shoot and such things is not supposed to happen in this nation. Tutaenda mazee, tutakuwa level kama ya Haiti, and as Kenyans we really don't want to go there. So hii ni crop ya Maumau, tuanze kujenga camps zetu. As we do other things, we should look for people who have values, wenye wana uphold values. Hizi ni lasting beliefs in a person, in a social group, and these values, they are supposed to bind us together so that they can define what is important, what is worthwhile, and then they can give us guidance. And then maybe if we can have some principles of governance, because I think this is where the regime has lost it. Hapa kwa principles of governance, these are just normative standards that oblige the state to perform its function in a manner that promotes the general well-being of the people. So I want to interact and maybe listen more on what the other speakers have, but passing the mic on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, JJ. Binti, you might not know some history here, but I'm impressed to actually listen from this young man. What I can tell is he has actually grasped the ropes of his roots. JJ Mugala was a very interesting politician back in the 90s. And as he says, he is a descendant to that family. But kwani tunadina makatela hapa? Nani baba yake sio mwami kama Keoti? I'm now curious. Ras, do you have relationships with a politician before we think you are here fighting for us? Nikatel tupu imejaa hapa. Just confirm your grandfather was nothing.
Mizani. Seriously, the only thing I know, my neighbors, my neighbor Kanini Kega. Let me not even mention names. And surprisingly, there was an issue in our constituency. Leo ndio kumekuwa na hiyo mass. And something funny with these politicians, they will always show up when there are crowds, when they can advance their political narratives and interest. Wakati watu wamekuwa wakimon, they were not there when you call for those supports, they are not there. But when a crowd is formed, because there was a very deliberate attempt to delay our watoto wasipumuzishwe. Umeona imetake a lot of time in the name of civil investigation and that. And I'm very sorry for my aunt because he's one of the people who lost the kids. When wamewekwa pale kupreserve and massage ego ya politicians so that a platform like that can be created for politicians to fanya nini? Kufanya activities zao. It's so sad. So me, I can confirm I'm not a son of a politician or anybody. They happen just to be neighbors, but they are neighbors who help us with nothing.
Aya, Ras has been able to vindicate himself. Let's find out, Binti, wewe pia ni neighbor ama auntie yako ni nani?
I have no relations. I don't want relations. Yani, even if I had relations right now, I'd feel like I want to be sick. Me, I can't deal with this government. And if it was anybody in my family, my neighbor, my friend, my cat, or my dog that used to belong to somebody that was in the government right now, wala ende kwa sijui dog shelter or something. Because no.
I hope you're talking about the current government, because the next one we will be forming it.
The current, yes.
All right. You know why I'm asking these simplistic questions is the fact that when we talk about politicians and leaders, we tend to imagine they are far away from us. Here I'm listening to Ras anasema Kanini Kega ni mtu wa mtaa. And I was very deliberate when I mentioned Mugala there. Let's find out the other guy, if there's any other guy they know in their neighborhood. Good evening, the other guy.
Good evening.
Anza kwanza kwa kusema kama baba yako ama auntie yako ni nani, ni mheshimiwa, before we move. We don't want to speak to strangers.
Point of correction, Mizani, we said we're not calling them mheshimiwa sahi.
Sio mheshimiwa. We, angu yako ashaikuwa ile kitu ama ni baba yako?
Acha nijibu hiyo nikimaliza kuongea.
Aendelea mheshimiwa.
So, I've been wanting to have this mic for a while now. We talk, but it gets to a point that we are supposed to act. In spaces like this, watu wanaongelelea the obvious, and we know the obvious, corruption that happens every day. And when you come and talk about it on space, it creates that awareness, but there is just much we can do. How about we stay on the path of solutions? Personally, uh, just a small history of why I've been wanting this mic. I've been to mandamanos and I've been active in this revolution in one or two ways, and I've been researching every day, going about names and political names, and I'll tell you one thing: where we are headed as a country right now, if I was to say, is nowhere, because the playbook of politics is being repeated right in front of our eyes. Kenyans, we have something of a save me mentality. When somebody shows up as a savior, we are very willing to back those people, because in one way or the other we are cowards. Si kabisa, but in one way or the other. So there will be many people coming out wakijiita saviors, wakiwa ready. And the reason I'm saying this is we also tend to, mtu akifanya kitu moja that we agree with, we pick the anointing oil and start anointing people left, right, center. But there are people who have been even in parliament that we can rely on. And I know many of you will not agree with me, and some of you maybe will agree with me. So I'm just a normal guy. I graduated from university last year. So mimi si connected sana. But I wanted to do something yenye naweza sema at least I know I did something. And so I went through political parties existing in the country, and I decided to join Mother Karua's political party. And I've been looking for somebody to kind of argue with if the decision I made was wrong, and so far I haven't met anybody. We have people like Mother Karua who have a clean record since the 1980s. A person who's been in politics that long, and for that long, without corruption cases, I think it's time we stopped these sideshows of everybody wanting to come up with a political party, or everybody wanting to be a leader, and concentrate all efforts on one thing. So myself, I chose to follow Mother Karua for the very obvious reason that the thing that is killing this country right now is corruption. Corruption has been the one thing that has been killing this country. And I like what everybody says, the Casmuel, the Kebaso, and
So
all
the
the
other
other
guy,
guys
wait,
coming up.
wait, the other guy, we are losing you. You are saying everything but nothing for the moment. I want to understand one thing. When you talk about corruption, and I don't want it to be dwelled on that, what is your understanding of corruption?
Okay.
Because that's important. What is your understanding of corruption, and why is this country headed in the wrong direction from where you sit? Nijibu hizo swali mbili.
My understanding of corruption is in Kenya specifically is having links or in the government, or if being in the government, taking advantage of that to enrich yourself through pulling deals like the Adani deals and other deals that have been going on in the country for the longest time, that siphon money out of the coffers of the country to people's pockets. That's corruption to me. Now, the reason why I think we are headed in the wrong direction is this. We are ready to trust anybody. we are ready to trust anybody. We are not verifying things, and it will come to a point where a scandal kama ya Casmwell itatokea, and then everything we've been building blindsided will just fall. So my suggestion is, as we decide on what to do to get to the next level, let's take out very very clear scrutiny. Tusijenge kitu alafu ibomoke baadaye. That is my suggestion.
All right. Thank you very much, the other guy. Tusijenge ibomoke, and let's not trust too easily. But we do that a lot. Once people start giving us 200 shillings, 50 shillings here and there, kidogo tumepea KOT, tipja, haraka tumekataa kumtumia kwa 0710 452 543. Alafu tukimwambia atutetee sisi kama watu wake tunakasirika na mjatuma tip. It's all right. Binti, are we okay? Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, me not check up too. Okay, you guys, I want to give a lady. I want to skip the queue for whatever reason and give a lady. Tori, I know you spoke before, but whilst just Nyoka is connecting, let me just hear you again, and then we have some gentlemen. Then I'll come back to you. So Tori, Sasa.
Poor son. Okay, see, poor. I'm really offended. Let me say that. I'm not good at all. Yeah, physically I'm good, but mentally I'm crazy. So, KOT.
Yes,
Jambo, I have a question for you. I was in the space where we were talking. Okay, you were conversing about the youth and the constitution, and I want to pose this question to you. Do you think since the members of the National Assembly does not implement the constitution with the people of Kenya can apply to it according to what they are supposed to do in chapter 9 article 144, like, do you think we can do it, or it's only National Assembly who are supposed to do that?
German. I think the constitution under article 1 inatupatia sisi power. Honestly, I'm not speaking, I've never been an advocate anywhere, I've never been a lawyer, but I think the constitution also gives us power to exercise. Yeah. Just in case the people we send.
The reason I asked, the reason I asked, it's because that chapter or article, it talks about how the president, I think, how Ruto can be taken or can be gotten rid of from power because he's crazy, like he's mad. We can all see that he's literally mad, insane, and the National Assembly, a quarter of it, like the majority, if they vote for this person to go, like for that, it can be done. But now the problem is that these people in the National Assembly, they have been bought, all of them, they have been like hungward. Hatuna mtu wa kutuongelelea hapo. How can we do this?
The constitution says that we, the citizen of Kenya, can exercise our powers directly or indirectly. Directly means we can exercise it through the elected members of parliament, of course, the legislatures. But then indirectly it means we can do it on our own. If at all we don't believe in like we don't trust those among us who are in the parliament currently, then we can exercise the constitution sisi wenyewe with our power. So it gives us, two options, either to do it directly. Directly is by us doing it. Then indirectly is by those people who elected, kama the members of parliament, they do it venye sisi wenyewe tunataka. So yeah, we have those two options, I think.
Nice.
And so if
niambie they work out directly sasa.
And so if the parliament can impeach the president or the deputy president, then pia sisi kama citizens we can also do it. That's how the constitution says. Though I'm not so much conversant with this book inaitwa constitution, but I know some articles zenye mimi husema wanna live within their means. Article 1, Article 37. Hizo zingine wanapitianga juju.
Okay, thanks. And let me answer this actually. Hakuna venye unaweza chukua maembe ukule upate imeoza then udondoe kifego urushe maembe na ubaki umeka kifego hapo haitakusaidia. Utarusha tu definitely maembe yote. Part ya matunda na kifego. Hakuna haja ya kuweka kifegoroto ama nini hapo. Unatupa tu yote. So ati hapa tuna impeach Gachagua ama what? Hiyo takataka tupa yote bana. Ni takataka, just sweep it away all of it. Alafu naona like wameplan ku-export another people in sijui polisi wengine wajinga wapelekwe Haiti. It's so stupid that watu tunawapigania, watu wengine wanakufa, then wana-export watu kuwapeleka Haiti. And the statement yenye Kindiki alisema, in fact this man anafaa akuje ni kukuja mbele atujibu maswali zetu because ni mingi. The statement he gave, it clearly indicates that they hired people to come and infiltrate our maandamanos and kill people. Kwa sababu ukisema kama si polisi, who did that? Si wao wanajua. I think he should be held accountable. And okay, I have a statement that I'm gonna make. I know it might sound a bit weird ama sijui, but let me just state it. I stand to be corrected. Where are we headed as to Kenya? Like, okay, I was talking about unity, and it came to my understanding that if we want to prosper in this thing, we must hold ourselves, our hands together. So this means what? Like, watu kama kina sijui Wamalwa, sijui kina nani, if they request to join us, we should give them that chance, but they should not come to make decisions for us. Let them join us because we are fighting the same enemy. Instead when they were from party yao upate wana fight huyu na wanatufight sisi, tunawafight na tunafight huyu. Itakuwa ngumu kwetu kuwin because wao wanajua tactics za politics. Sisi ndo okay, nyinyi Gen Z sahi nyinyi ni wachanga. Like, let's not avoid the millennials and the generation X. So me, I was suggesting that. I was thinking like, kama wanataka kukuja, like tusiseme ati atuwataki juni politician. Let them come as long as they are not gonna kukuja kutuwekea rules. We do things on our way. Me, hiyo tu.
Santoria, by the way, let me add on to what KOT said. Article 3, defense of this constitution in SMA. Every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this constitution. Alafu it goes, any attempt to establish... Who's that with their mic on? Isaac Walela, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic.
Thank you.
Please mute your mic. Thank you very much. Then,
can I vent a little? Like, let me vent a little. It's somehow like crazy. We have, wait, hizo mnasema dress zinatengenezwa zitavaliwa na kina nani? Because me, I'm wondering, hizo mnaita sijui national dress zinashona na 100 million. Like, it's crazy. We have, tuko na pesa ya kushona sijui national dress. Tuko na pesa sijui ya, like, Ruto's government imeskwanda pesa yetu kabisa, then they come to tell us wanataka kuleta Adani ikuje itengeneze airport. Mbaba alikuja akaeka sijui ni furniture kwa hiyo boma yake ya State House za 1 billion. Like, seriously, viti ni kama oh my god. Hebu tukuange realistic. Sisi we are overspending. Like, expenditure yetu, okay, expenditure yao mimi siko, expenditure yao ni kubwa, lakini wanataka tu wanaboro pesa, wanatufinyilia. Sasa wewe nguo za 1 million surely 100 million kaifafa, na unasema tukuja ati tu Adani wakuja wajenge airport. Sio 100 million ukiongeza na ile do ya 1 billion ya viti na hii ingine yenye amelipa ma MP 400 million na sijui hii ingine ya students. Bana, hiyo ni combination tosha ya kurenovate JKIA. Mbona wako nufala hivyo wa resonate? like e-government, the problem is that Ruto ndo ana control everything kwa e-government. Sijui kutoka kwa legislature, judiciary, like I'm fed up. I'm really fed up na e-government. Sawa tu.
By the way, I was gonna say kunywa maji, but usikunywe maji. Kasirika tu. I also said I didn't want to jump because I'm co-hosting. Like, inini sawa, let's jam. If we need to jam, let's jam, by the way. So, like I was saying, Constitution, Article 3 inasema, every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. And if you establish a government otherwise not in compliance with this Constitution, then that is very unlawful. So, sijui ilikuwa jana KOT, I heard you saying ati watu wakishikwa wasiende home waende jela za Kilifi ama something like that. I agree. Wasiende home, waende imprisonment for breaking the law. Okay, let me go to Mizani. You know you keep putting your hand up. Don't put your hand up. Just speak. You're my co-host.
No, I'm avoiding the echo, but what I love the fact that you've mentioned the issue of Article 3. And this is the most ignored article because we concentrate on the sovereignty aspect and forget that it is demanded of us to actually protect, respect, and uphold this constitution. So the wording in itself is to respect, uphold, and defend this constitution. And it's an obligation. So when people are here saying we cannot allow this and that to happen, this is actually the article that gives you that obligation. And therefore, I want to encourage us not to get tired of protecting and defending this constitution. If it takes our blood to do that, so be it. To quickly comment on what Toria said about the issue of CS Kindiki, actually, it's a shame that the CS will come on national media and make such statements. Statements that, yes, people were killed, but that does not mean it was the policemen that did it. What I'm hearing is the CS is affirming that he is incompetent, and either by omission or commission, he installed criminal elements by the virtue of holding that office, installed criminal elements to murder innocent Kenyans under the pretext of defending the presidency. And after that event, fateful event, on the 25th of June, when the president issued a statement, he said that was an amount of treasonous act, meaning it was an attempted coup. So, the CS cannot explain who shot and killed Kenyans, but for sure he knows it was not the police officers. But when the president made speech and address to the nation, he said that was criminal elements that were attempting to subvert the constitution and committing treasonous acts. So not understand why CS Kindiki is actually in office if he has no clue who shot Kenyans. The same way, we have no clue how young people, 21 of them, were burnt in a school dormitory. Reminds me of the KAG Kiamba massacre that happened after the post-election violence. But we don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about kubadilisha constitution. Back to you.
But let me ask you guys, Kwani, was I seeing my own things, or because I didn't see any Gen Z, millennials, whoever was protesting, I didn't see anybody carrying any guns. So it can't be us. We can't have been killing ourselves, surely. It must be somebody else. And they need to figure out who it is. Real Joe, Sasa. Oh, by the way, Pole, happy birthday again.
Thank you, Binti. At birthday imeisha bana.
Sanga, bado.
Actually, mimi nilishamaliza, nimefunga hiyo chapter.
Makosa umefanya, hujamwambia happy birthday kababa. Tumia hiyo sauti, he will be happy.
Anyway, I just want to pick it up from where Mizani left. I mean, the CS Interior is so incompetent. I mean, it's not even us who are saying he's incompetent. When the president was dismissing his first cabinet, he said he dismissed them on grounds of merit. After performance appraisal, that means they did not perform up to standards that they had tried to review. And therefore, he found that the cabinet was not fit to be in office. But as we have all articulated, we are dealing with a madman. So he had to return them back. You see the madness we are in. Kindiki has never been able to explain anything in this country. That's in protests, he's saying it was not police. He's not been able to explain deaths Zakware. The guy that they said as suspected the guy they caught as a suspect in Kware, prison break. No explanation. Deaths, children burning, no investigation, no one arrested, even despite the fact that already preliminary just investigation showed that the school did not comply with several rules that were set, because assaults were there previously. During Matiang'i time, there were times that there were assaults, and they set up rules on how dormitory should be there. This dormitory had how many students? Did it have all the doors, the emergency exit and all those? Did it comply with all that? Nobody has been arrested. Nobody is being questioned. And that's the Minister of Interior. Again today, na soprano yake kuja kusema, nobody shot, the police did not, we cannot really rely on the information from this regime. And I'll tell you what, these people are mad. We are dealing with mad people. I want to weigh in on this issue regarding Gachagua. As I've said before, when your enemies are fighting, let them fight. Let them kick each other, support them, cheer them. Let them continue fighting and strangle each other. Let them cancel each other. I really don't care. But I've heard sentiments from previous speakers about whether it is right to only impeach the DP and leave the president and things like that. It is very right to reason in that line. It is very right, even though the constitution is very clear on the roles of the deputy president and the roles of the president, and how both of them can be impeached. Actually, I've heard also sentiments. Someone once said that the deputy president is not elected, is selected. No, the deputy president is actually considered elected as per Article 148, election and swearing in of the deputy president. In fact, the candidate who is nominated for deputy president should have the same qualification as the president. That's what the constitution talks about. So whenever you're nominating a deputy president, you're nominating someone who is having the same qualifications to be a president. That's what the constitution says. So when we Kenyans are concerned and say that why are we talking about impeaching only the deputy president and not the president? Because it is the president who has violated the constitution. He has conducted like a massacre to our constitution, let alone killing innocent lives. He's also dragged our constitution on mad. This president has literally contravened every chapter of our constitution. Every chapter of our constitution. I'll tell you what. This president does not actually, I don't know whether he has. I'm always very disturbed when I try to reason around this president, because I assume someone in the stature of a president has very, very many legal minds around him who need to advise him on various issues here and there. Basic issues, basic things in this regime. They have never been able to make a constitutional decision. Never been able to make a constitutional decision. Why? Because of simple things. Public participation. Public participation. If you look at Article 129, Principles of Executive Authority, it says executive authority derives from the people. Everything that you do is supposed to derive from the people. That is the authority. And the Constitution says authority, executive authority derives from the people. Article 129, everything always derives from the people. Everything is revolving around the people. I'll tell you, we are dealing with someone who thinks he knows it all. He thinks he knows it all. Andrew Carnegie said that no man can make a great leader who wants to do it all himself and to get all the credit for it. He wants to always do it. He knows it all. He knows Ford funded Maandamano. That is what he said. Then he went again, Ford did not fund Manana, now Ford is supporting democracy in Kenya. The person who funded Mandamano, Nikina Rigiji. He's always double speaking. That cannot be a leader. And that is why we are asking, where are we headed as a country? We're feeling we are headed to the wrong direction. The person at the wheel is the one who needs to be impeached first. And this parliament is just showing us bureaucracy at the highest level. As per Article 95, they are supposed to review the conduct of the president, deputy president, and other state officers. Article 95 gives them that power. But they are only now politically reviewing only the conduct of the deputy president. What about the conduct of the president? What about when president goes and says he is not aware of abductions? Yet there is an IG who has been asked to present himself in court because of abductions. But the president is unaware of abductions. Yet he is the chairman of the National Security Council. What are we dealing with in this country? I mean, are we dealing with this is madness of the highest level. That conduct needs to be reviewed by members of parliament. Do they do that? They don't do that. They never do that. These are mad people we are dealing with. So it is just sick. It is sickening actually right now to be a Kenyan. It is sickening. I've seen Kenyans on this timeline trying to insinuate that the president should die so that Kenyans can celebrate. I'm telling you, God forbid, if that happens, this TL will burst. People will celebrate, and it should not even be like that. Because the president should be a symbol of national unity. The highest office in land. It is a sacred office. It is a sacred office. That is the highest office in land. When the highest office in land, the person holding that office leaves the country, goes to Germany and says he's creating jobs for 250,000 Kenyans to go to Germany, and gives an official statement. The Germans say, no, we are not aware of 250,000 jobs. Where did you get that number from? He is guessing them. That is the person who is holding the highest, that is the driver of this country. And we are saying we are headed anywhere as a country. No, we are not headed anywhere. When the president goes to international media and says the police were within their rights to quell the protests, and today a CS says the police did not shoot protesters. When president is asked why the police use force, he says the police were within their rights. The president has been on media one time saying the police have guns. It is not pens. They are not pens. So they can use the guns. The president has said that is on record. So CS Kindiki cannot tell us that the police did not shoot civilians during protests. It is absurd. It is absurd. His conduct needs to be reviewed. Parliaments need to review his conduct tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow. But will they do that? They will not. That is the failure of this government, the entire government, the entire political system. And it is why this young generation, they do not want to associate themselves with politicians. It is because of trust issues. It is not because of any other thing. Because we fear being turned against. We fear being turned against. You will give these politicians a chance. Right now, this deputy president, let him be impeached. I really don't care. He is one person who has talked about shares in this country. Very, very aggressively talked about shares in this country. Divisive politics. Let him be impeached. But it is not also right to use, because I've seen, yes, there is wrongdoing, but also I saw abductions from I don't know, this guy, Malala, whatever. I saw, that is not right. It is not right it is not a society. The president needs to be the symbol of national unity. Right now is the symbol of national disunity. Using politics, and I wonder why the parliament, we need to educate them on their roles. They are the most powerful structure of among the arms of government. The legislature is the most powerful because it is direct representation of the people. If you look at the constitution, and I've said this before, if you look at the constitution, the way it has been drafted and the hierarchy, legislature comes first, then executive, then judiciary. That means the legislature has been given first priority because it is a direct representation of the people. I will talk until tomorrow. Let me just land. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I feel your frustration, and just like you, other Kenyans that are joining are having the same breath when it comes to the direction we are headed to as a country. Just sometimes umepanda juu ya matatu unaambiwa tunaenda tao, unapigishwa seti. By the time umetoka hapo, KOT Songo anakuambia umekula njugu 3, mahindi 5, na sasa unaumwa na tumbo. That's where we are. We are having serious constipation as a country because we can't get it when we want it. I want to bring in Shakahola, and as Shakahola comes in, Binti and KOT, you'll allow me to call it an evening because of my engagements. I need to get ready for the next session of work. So I want to wish the rest of Kenyans a great evening, and please continue pushing these conversations. They might not make sense right now, but I can promise you they do. If there's anything to prove that it is possible to change this country, if Goliath wa Kenya amepata kioshana mguu wake, there's nothing impossible, guys. I'm feeling like Pastor Muiru right now, but there's nothing impossible. If Goliath has had a suit that can fit the length of his arms, there's nothing impossible. So I want to take this to encourage you, all of you. And remember, there is nothing that is perfect. We will work with our imperfection to achieve that which we intend to achieve. There is a sitcom that used to be called Sanford and Sons. And there is a character called Esther. She says, my Bible says, be not drunk with wine. Be not drunk with wine. And Fred in that sitcom answers back and say, what does it say about Scotch? That means there's always an opening for negotiations for the things you want to achieve. Having said that, I wish you guys a great evening, and I can't wait to interact with you in the next sessions. God bless, and plenty be found within our borders. Shakahola, the mic is yours. Take over.
I don't know if they can hear Shakahola. Before they even come on, thank you very much, Ila, for your contributions, for joining us. We inject kabisa. So thank you very much. Always welcome to this Sauti ya Mwananchi space, hosted by your very own KOT Sonko, aka Marvin Mabonga. Guys, we don't want this space to drop, so use that number up there in the what you call this thing, the title 07104-52543. So please, let's support our brother as he allows us to have this conversation. Shakahola, can you hear us?
Hello, habari yenu wote?
Nzuri sana.
Okay, asante sana. Before I talk about where we are heading and why should Kenya must think deep about this government, allowed me to say this, and then I will come nitakuja hapo kidogo. Kuna kitu ambayo mimi huwa saa hii najiuliza, and I have not sijapata swali yoyote ama jibu yoyote. Ni hawa watu ambao wanajiita IPOA, ambao utetea haki ya kibinadamu. These people, and I think Binti and KOT and everyone who is here might go and find these people. Tujue shida yao iko wapi. Wajibike kwa kazi yao. Kwa sababu, now see, we have the guy who was beaten by police in a university. Hawa kuongea. Everything is happening. Hawa watu waongei. Why can't they come to us, being briefing, waambie wa Kenyans, tumefika hapa na hapa na hapa, hakuna kitu ambayo tunaambiwa. So what we need to do, waitisha maandamano. Those people there, hao watu ndio ambao sisi tunaangalia. Hao watu ndio ambao sisi kwetu ni haraka kwenda kwao. Why can't they come, waambie wa Kenya imesindikana hapa na hapa, now Kenyans wacheni sasa tuitisha maandamano, and we go for it, right? Now what we are whatever we are Kenya ambacho sasa kinaendelea is whereby we are living under the government that uses intimidation, disobeys court order. You know, right now, looters wanatumia excess forces, and they'll fix everything with the laws. Hawafuati sheria. I mean, we can't have laws to serve different classes of Kenyans. Kenyans must think and think deep about this government. Asanteni sana kwa hayo tu.
Binti?
Asante sana. Rashid, I thought you were back. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I'm almost concluded. You know, my session starts at 12, so you have another 10 minutes.
Ay, sawa. Thank you very much, Shakahola. Alafu, sorry for the wait. I know you were there in my DMs asking me, CJ, when you can speak. So asante sana for your contribution. I want to go to Farah Alafu KD. Hey, Farah, by the way, you know you are one of our soldiers, one of our dedicated Tati Mananchi soldiers. So, Sasa.
Salama Binti, can you hear me?
100%.
Firstly, my words of advice: never use Ugandan Airlines ever in your life. Anyways, tukiendelea from there. Secondly, I'd like to say is wajinga nyinyi. Wallahi sisi ni wajinga. How our attentions have been shifted so easily from that which that matters. From the Adani deal, from the SHIF, tuko hapa tunaongelea wapuzi kama kina Gachagua. Are you people mko serious? Kuna kitu Redemptor alisema the other day nikacheka, but it has actually turned out to be true. Wakenya tunapenda vituko. We are only there for the incidents. We are only there for what is trending. We can never hold a course from the beginning to the end. Hizi akili ndo mnataka tutumie kubadilisha nchi. Let's be honest with each other, kuongea ukweli, because tunakaa hapa discussing people who should be totally irrelevant to us. We should be planning and chartering a new path forward. Hawa kina Gachagua, sijui kina nani, sijui nani atakuja kukaa na nani. It's irrelevant. Completely. And the fact that you people are here discussing them is the only thing that is keeping them in relevance. Tuongeleeni solutions. Let's come up with ideas to blockchain, like unajua, like how we were discussing things initially. We've gone back to factory mentality. Sijui nani anatoa nani. WhatsApp group ngapi wewe mwenyewe umetolewa? Honestly, how does it concern us? We are literally playing into their games whereby we are being distracted from what is important. Tuko hapa tunapiga makofi, ametolewa, sijui nani wamegusa mrima. Let's be honest bana. Where are we headed to as a country? That is the question that is up there. And that is what we should be discussing. We already know that we have a parliament of alls. People who do not have backbones to stand up for anything. So why do you expect anything from them? The president came out here and called you treasonous criminals. How do you expect anything better from him? Kindiki alisema hakuna mtu ameuawa. Leo kusema watu wameuawa na si na polisi, it's no different. We had over 142 people in body in ndani ya magunia. Na wakasema it's the work of a serial killer who they caught in 2 days and he disappeared. Na nyinyi mko hapa mna discuss Rigiji. How sure are you that you'll not end up in a gunia? Let's start holding institutions to account personally. Kama in NIS, we write a letter to the head of NIS in his personal capacity. Kama ni DCI, you write a letter to the head of the DCI in his personal capacity. Mambo sijui ya Rigiji, sijui ya nani, walai ni kama tumekuwa chama ya mama hapa. let us focus on what's important, please. Thank you, guys.
Binti, kidogo tu I take on Farah. Farah, thank you. As much as we respect everybody's opinion here, you should also respect, I think, other people opinion. Those who brought in, I think it's an open, the topic is, well, where is the country headed to? Those who felt like bringing in the Rigiji issue, and they brought it on your perspective that it is just a diversion, whether it is a diversion or not, I think they are in their rightful space to express that. So, however, wewe unaiona hiyo design, kuna mwingine ataiona hii design, and let us respect each other's opinion. There are so many fronts. This battle has so many fronts. There are those doing their part, those petition, unasema kuna wenye wameandika hizo mabarua, kuna wenye wana petition. In fact, next week we have a petition of 14 people against Ruto and his incompetence. So let us not look like, we are not here to really discourage each other. Let everybody do what he can do in his front. Manielewa, kuna opinion ya msee yenye ni bigger than ya, as long as we have agreed.
I concur with you completely.
Yeah, as long as we have agreed our enemy is one and our enemy is one.
But let us discuss solutions. You see, let us not give these people more relevance, because from the day we entered parliament, they became irrelevant. And that is how we should treat them, as irrelevant. Let us not give them an audience, Kapsa. Let us discuss solutions. Your petition, those are the things we should be talking about. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so Farah, I think we have understood you there. Nimekuelewa. Let us not take this out of context. Binti, I think I have 5 minutes before I come back. It was just on a light note.
Farah, before you leave, I've got a DM that you need to get in touch with Mizani 254 on the 2025 conference. I think you'll know what that means to you. So, just get in touch with Mizani 254. Alafu Ras Jamie, I think you might hate me because I'm about to bring somebody that's also going to tell us the same thing. So, KD, sasa.
Niaje?
Poa, tukalalaje basi.
We Farah, kwanza ushike kwa hiyo ngamia, unaiba notes za watu. You have to step down. And I think what Farah is saying is very, very true. It's very true. Now, I'll start by saying this. And please, msinibebe vibaya. When you get on a space, kuna watu aina tatu. There are guys who talk too much. They don't want to listen. There are guys who do not talk. They just listen. And there are guys who are just there. The guys who never talk too much have a lot of knowledge. It is up to us to get to know how we can have them engage us so that we can engage them and have a constructive conversation. But if I come on this space with the mindset of I'm a know-it-all, I might scare away so many people who might enlighten me on 1, 2, 3 things. What I think Farah is saying in very simple terms is this. Don't for one reason think you're the only person who stays up until 12 o'clock having these midnight meetings. There are those who can even do it on public beaches and very expensive hotels. That while you're talking about them, they are planning on the next move. So the question is, who's the winner and who is losing? While you're discussing about what they did, they're thinking about what will we do. So you're looking back, they're looking 10 times. And if you know very well, the current regime we have, the leader is always 2 years ahead of everyone. I was sitting down today and thinking to myself, when this government took into power, they got in and they said, 844 system out. They started a new system. This is something that had been planned even before they knew they were taking power. NHIF out. In came another system. This is something that was planned way ahead of time. We got to know yesterday that the likes of, Adani already have electricity. It was signed last year. Ketraco was signed last year. If it wasn't for Nelson, even JKIA was to be signed long time ago. So the question we should be thinking about is, how do we make it to a point that if he's 10 steps ahead of us, we're going to cut it to 3? And it would be wiser for us to think of how do we engage great minds to think alike, even those whom we find are not of our generation and stuff, as long as we're moving towards the right direction. I'm not going to come here and lie to you and tell you that I'm so much elite and I know so many things, and I'm going to talk about giving you milk and honey when I don't even have a camel myself. That is living a lie. So, nimekaa hapa nimesikiza. I've been here for almost 2.5 hours. And Farah is very right. We didn't speak about Adani. Guess what? This Chief Shah, whatever thing, is being signed on Tuesday. And if you've read about that article very well, it's a scheme to collect money. They're just collecting money. You're not getting any service yet. All the NHIF workers will be jobless. So it's just, tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya Ruto kwenda America last Friday. And then over the weekend, the Gachagua impeachment. And then I think yesterday was 7 years of presidency. And then today, we are talking about something else. These guys are already planning ahead of time. And what's his name? Toria came and said something very, very important that I think we are also ignoring. We have people who are of our interests but are not of our generation. We cannot push them away. The moment you push these people away, now you'll be fighting 2 factions. We have one enemy whom we all know, and these other people. I'm not saying we should join them. I'm not saying they should join us, but they cannot come and tell us how painful our pain is. You're either with us or you're not with us. There's no middle line in between. So, as much as we speak to each other, let's have the audacity of listening. This country lacks someone who can listen to them, because everyone comes to talk. Nobody is willing to listen to the other person. Let's have that courtesy, the courtesy of being able to listen to what somebody says and being able to lend an ear before you speak, because some of us are so timid, some of us are so naive, some of us are so eloquent, some people are so elite and learned that even just talking to you at a cafe, okay, maybe I'm just wasting my time. How many members of parliament do you think listen to these things? And how many can think of jumping on? How many clergy, like say the church people who have interests of the country, would want to jump on? But already we said, all the church has gone to the bed with the government. So think about it. If you say the church has gone to bed with government, and then it happens that the church decides to say, okay, vote in the government, who loses? We get back in the same rubble. So let's be sincere enough with ourselves. Let's not live a lie. Let's not say we know everything. And let us look at the bigger picture. This is a very good topic. Where are we headed as a nation? I think we should be thinking of my perspective. For example, somebody mentioned about $1 million is it Mashujaa Day? Think of how you can make guys boycott that thing. They can have all the big merry dresses and everything, cakes, whatever, but an empty arena. Who's won? There's strength in numbers. That's how you send a message. You know, I'm personally pissed off with Safaricom because I'm one of the subscribers, but I did not subscribe to Safaricom for my information to be used to better a system that is not going to serve me better. So when I hear that Safaricom is using its digital platform to better this shift and share whatever, I get offended because, first of all, I did not sign for that kind of a deal. You know, those are the things I should be thinking of. Ziles are okay. They say they have 200 people subscribed. How do we stop more Kenyans from being able to get into this system? Because if you don't, guess what? They will still win at the end. That's what I'm saying. While we're here talking about them, they're discussing on how they'll make the next big move. At the end of the day, we'll still hold back and say, how did we lose? Tunawestia KOT airtime, tunawestia Binti time. You should be asleep. My mom gave me a very good joke. She said, the Gen Zs will grow old very young. Why? Because it's been a very stressful generation in the sense that every day you wake up and something is just burning. Like you wake up and you just get mad, instant. You go to sleep mad, you wake up mad. Even if you want to express yourself, people are just blurry, like no one is in their real senses. So I think we should just think of having spaces like this. Is a very good topic, but the question should be how, not when they or what happened 3 months ago. Because guess what? This circus is not going to end. It's not ending anytime soon. We'll still have these spaces. Morara is campaigning, or rather sensitizing the nation on everything. He has another 3 years to go. Does he have the muscle? We should be thinking of how do we make sure that the campaign he's doing will be able to sustain for the next 1,040-something days. But when you come here and talk about impeachment, guess what? Even if Rigiji goes and Minister of Insecurity becomes a VP, my Meru people, you're not going to have highways in Meru. It's not going to change anything. That's the Kenya we are in. So let's be realistic. It's on a very cautious note. I'm not trying to bash anyone. I'm not trying to condemn your emotions or whatever. I'm equally emotional. But it gets to a point, you'd rather sleep angry than stay awake righteous. Afadhali uende umejam na hiyo hasira yako, lakini you're thinking of, okay, what am I going to do to make sure this thing never happens again? And I think that is the part we are missing as the next generation of this country. Thank you.
Well, you know, I hate going after you because you just put points and I can't rebuttal. So you at least like sometimes act like a fool so I can say something after you. But I agree with everything you just said. By the way, you're right. Sorry, I didn't mention about
Binti, before KD disappears, yeah? Before KD disappears, you know, KD will always hit you with some reality. Can you maybe uwezi taka kukasikia, unaelewa? He has always done that. But maybe this one is to KOT. This one is to KOT very directly. KOT, what are we missing? I know you have combined a lot of points up. What are we really missing in this movement? Kuna jamaa alikuwa ameongea hapo akatuletea to point nini this what are we lacking as a united front? Front moja yenye iko united. What are we lacking?
Can I say something? Let me say something before he goes. Let me say something before he goes.
We are lacking direction. Who wants to say something before he goes? KD?
Yes, please. Yeah, KOT Pole. Before you even talk about direction, the first thing we lack is the will to listen. And I will say that so many times. This country needs someone who can listen to them. The problem is we all want to talk. I'll give you a very perfect example. And let's just use this as a statistics right now. It's not going to cost you not even a single dime. Kama uko kwa hii group sahi, ebu repost tu sema, hii space iko on sahi. And then KOT, do your maths, check on the number of people who are on this space, how many people will actually hit to that. KD is a nobody in this country. Who am I supposed to? And we are here condemning, saying, oh, the what do you call them? The opposition leaders went to Mount Kenya and the people were cheering to them. But guess what? Let's be sincere. If any member of parliament came on this space right now, if we are 1,000, we'll end up being 100,000 because we all follow that whatever. We will all follow that direction. So just remember, when you point someone with one finger, you're pointing yourself with 4 fingers. That will to listen is very, very important. And we are a hypocritic generation because when this space started, we had a lot of humility in us. Everybody was willing to listen to. This space used to have like 60,000 followers, listeners on a night. What happened? Ilifika mahali, some dwindled out, some felt like some have called them names, some have profiled them, unajua ase ni mahasla tu, and stuff like that. Some feel it's a waste of time. Some actually think this topic does not concern me in any way, and they do their own thing. So number one, there's no will to listen to each other. Everybody believes what I feel is right, and relativism. It's the worst disease in the world right now. I am right, you're wrong. Whatever you tell me doesn't make sense. And then now, even when you talk about having a leader, now when a leader becomes a leader, what happens? A leader decides, mi ndio kusema, you guys cannot tell me nothing, which is what the country is suffering from right now. Why? Because the leader feels, I'm the one you guys should. There's a very good meme that shows a lion telling sheep, I'm going to be your shepherd and I'm going to look after you. And the sheep are like, oh yes. Then they elect the lion. Then what happens? The whole whatever narrative changes. So let's be sincere. Let's look at it from the perspective of you have a role to play. And the first role to play is we can gain space. It's very simple. Just retweet. It doesn't cost you, and you don't even have to write anything. You know, you may think it doesn't make sense, but the moment you get to 1,000 people, you're sending that message of yours moja to like 1, 2, 3, 10,000 people. But if you don't have that courtesy of saying this is a guy who sacrifices time, money, gadget, power, and resources, and you just come in here and then the first thing you do is, Binti, I want the microphone. And then all that comes from your mouth is Rigiji alifanya, alienda, alikula, alikunywa, wali hizo nguo. Mi sasa hiyo ukiniuliza nafaniko naambiaje, Rasa amesema kuna hiyo story ya Madaraka Day, whatever that holiday is. Just think of, okay, how do we make it not successful? We had a time when Uhuru was president, one of the whatevers. I used to work on media, so I know what I'm talking about. One whatever was called off because people didn't show up. The numbers are low. Politicians feed on masses. That is the trick. They will not go to a place that they don't have that number. And if there's any way to make someone listen to you, you just ignore them. I say that when you go to them, you went to parliament, they took off. We said occupied churches, they ran away. When we left churches, they went back. You know, so play their game. It's just as simple as that. Boycott. Thanks, Kioti. Endelea.
Okay, so personally, I was responding to Ras G. Nalisema, what do we lack as a movement? And yeah, currently, we're lacking something called direction. Honestly, morning, kesho, kuna mtu atafanya kitu ingine, mwingine anafanya whatever they want to do. Mimi kesho nitaamka nianze kutweet venye nataka, mwingine atatweet on their side venye nataka. Yani unachagua tu kitu nataka kufanya. Yeah? So direction ndio kitu tumekosa sana as a movement. Yeah, we are lacking that as a movement. Na pia venye KD amesema, if we have a leader, that leader at times probably atakuwa na dictate some things, like they feel like, yeah, ni mimi ndio niko, so what? Bila mimi, like you guys are not there. And of course, from the people I've been interacting with, yeah, I've been sad, honestly. But tumekuwa na interact now from one point to another. I've been feeling that like I'm the lead of probably this group hapa penye tuko, and so my word is final. Yeah. Somebody pia anza kuambia now that I'm a leader here, so whenever I want to enter this place, probably stand up. Whenever we are doing this and this, put on your cap. Na mimi hiyo kofi yangu inakaa Raila, hii mimi siekangi chini bwana. And so at times I feel like even as much as we want leaders, but these leaders, let them not feel like yani it's just about them. Yeah, it's not just about them, because without me, without you Binti, without Toria, without Nonini, you'll be nobody. Yeah, and that's why me usema hata pia on these spaces I'm hosting, and of course I can't dictate you. Yeah, because you are the one who is making me having this space here. Kama sio wewe, then si afadhali niende nikae huko nijiongeleshe. Yeah, ama kama sio nyinyi, maybe nataka kuongea na Binti peke yake, sinimpigie simu tu tuongee huko. Yeah, and so at times I always feel like when we are in a congregation or a certain place, and probably you have been given that mandate to lead that maybe a certain group, don't feel like you are more superior than them, because without them you are nothing. Yeah, hata commander wa polisi bila polisi wale wadogo, he's nothing. And of course he has to respect them. Yeah, he or she doesn't have to feel like they are more superior than the others. And so mimi nasema we are lacking direction, but if we'll maybe have people to lead us, let those people lead, knowing that without whatever happened on 25th June and the consecutive days, without those happenings, they wouldn't be there. And so let us respect each and every person. Let us value them. Let us not feel like a certain person is, maybe you are more superior than the other guy. Hiyo ndo kitu pia unapata. Even this movement imeanza kurudi chini because we had some people, probably they felt like it's just about them. Yeah. Without them, probably mimi siwezi fanya anything. Maybe wewe hapo Rasji, you won't do anything. Maybe Nonini hapo, you won't do anything without them. And so you find out that hiyo kiburi, yeah, hiyo kiburi ndio imekuwa inafanya we are losing it, yeah. And so me honestly, hata mimi mkiona when I'm going somewhere, I'm going there because nimejitolea on my own. I want to do whatever I promised you guys that I'll be doing, yeah. Mkiona nimekuja host these spaces immediately after being on the space ya Citizen, it's because I promised you guys that we are going to have Sauti ya Mwananchi probably every day, yeah. And so something of the sort should not be hindering me to give you a platform, yeah. And so mimi I feel like direction is what we lack and leaders. But of course, from the few people I've interacted with them, I feel like at times they feel they're more superior than others, and something of the sort inafaa tuitoe kabisa. I'll be traveling all the way from Nairobi to Rift Valley tomorrow, yeah, with Morara and the team wenye wamejitolea tuende. We're going to inject there with civic education. And so hata hivyo, I've never done this. Lakini bana, kama uko na 100 bana, tuma kwa hiyo namba. We'll fuel our cars. You remember guys, the other day we happened to encounter whatever happened on the road, yeah? And we never thought that something of the sort could have happened. And so we found it very difficult even to maneuver ourselves. Yeah, I had to not jet back. I mean, I had to come back to Nairobi, yeah? Via other means of transport. And so bana, mimi siombangi, lakini kama uko na 200 bana, eka kwa hiyo namba iko hapo juu. Hiyo pesa yako itaenda kufanya kazi mzuri sana kesho. Iteka fuel, itafanya whatever itafanya. And of course we'll be doing this. And I promise you guys, hata kama nitakuwa huko nje nitawekea Sauti ya Mwananchi. Hata kama itakuwa saa ngapi, I'll be giving you that platform venye nilikuwa nisha promise. And so don't worry about that. So hiyo namba iko hapo, inakuanga yangu. Mseme Kiotia ameanza kuombaomba, lakini kama uko nayo wewe sukuma hapo bwana. Thank you.
Can I interject on that before you drop just a minute, like what KD has said? KOT, as much as we lack direction, I think we should bring our ideas together and have something in common. Like, si leo naamka nasema, mi kama mimi sometimes ningianga Twitter, I'm confused. Sijui ati Ruto ban, sijui nini, ata sijui hiyo ni nini. Fanya nini, sijui hiyo ni nini. We know one thing, that these bills are being passed in this parliament, and one thing, this parliament should have been dissolved after 25th, after it was invaded, yeah. So juu inafaa kuisha kuwa dissolved, they ignored it and they went ahead to pass these punitive bills hapo kwa hiyo house. I think we should focus on occupying that parliament, sababu hiyo ndo inatumika kupass hizi punitive bills pali hata huyo president anafaa aimpeachiwe from, lakini wamenyamaza, wanapiganisha deal zao huko. I think we should like kukuwa na kitu moja kama ni occupy parliament. Yeah, tunajua ni occupy parliament. We work on that tukijua any civic education, but we wanna occupy parliament to make sure imedissolviwa once and for all. Iko our main goal. Sasa leo unaamka unasikia tunaenda JKIA, tunaenda State House, bana hata ujui unaenda aje, tumechanganikiwa. The second thing is that, like, wanasema ni leaders, people tend to join in movement na personal interest. Just because you have a large number of followers, uko na mamilioni, KOT yako na 100, unapata sisi wetu tuko na watu wawili bana, hatuna say. Ni huyo mwenye ako na mamilioni ya kuja eke space moja. Akiamua leo tunaongelea Gachagua, anaenda ni Gachagua. Of which tunapea wase attention sababu that person ndo anafaa kuwa anatusaidia kupush this movement, our agenda, because we are all advocating for this good governance. Lakini juu nataka kuwa ni kama wamekuwa na personal interest in this movement, like wametan kuwa bossi, si ma leaders, si nini, like able to check on that kindly. Me, I was suggesting that. Na kama nimeoffend mtu na mdomo yangu, I'm sorry for that.
Hauja offend. Hauja offend. Binti.
Yes.
Those mics, mute those mics za wenye bado wanabonga kabla tujawape.
No, Nifar. Me, I don't want to get Kalala shot again. I want to drop right now.
Don't drop. There's a reason I want you not to drop at this particular time. I'll tell you, Kiasi, when to drop, because we are having guests like Nonini. Nonini, welcome. I can see you on the speakers panel. Just before I forget. There's something that KD has said that is very, very, very much important. The aspect of listening. I hope that we will be more of listeners than talkers, yeah? We'll be more of listeners than talkers. Na saa hii, watu wanaenda kwa ground. Naelewa, watu wanaenda kwa ground. Because I said earlier, it's time to actualize this talk. Wacha tu tusiku tunakaa hapa, najua tumeongea sana, but hii gospel wacha tuanze kuipeleka mashinani polepole. And talking of going to mashinani, ama kwa ground, Marvin Mabonga is anaenda. And this is my personal appeal to Marvin. Marvin is my friend. Personal appeal, Marvin. Right now, Morara and others wako kwa ground. I remember Morara told us amepata ofisi na amefanya hizi vitu zake. And if anybody will disagree with me on the speakers panel or in the listeners panel, let me know. Right now, I want us to own this movement. Sitaki ile design yenye. The reason why KD is bringing that idea, kuna wengine wanaona they should be talking more, na kuna wengine the way Toria is putting is the moment others feel left out. That's the moment the movement will start losing its main purpose. Unaona? Sasa, now that tunataka kutembea pamoja, let us, those front soldiers, I'm talking of these guys, yeah? The influencers, wale wenye wako limelight na everybody, please show the masses the right direction. The right direction, tunataka watu waone movement. Hii ofisi, it is time the public. What are you doing here? Uko hapa, umefanya effort kwenda kujua ofisi iko wapi? Don't just be complaining, tulitoa pesa. Are you following up on kujua ofisi iko wapi? Because this office imeundwa kwa sababu yangu na wewe. It is time tuanze kujifamiliarize ourselves. Let us look organized. Kuna tu vitu tunakaa ni tudogo, but tunini. Sahi Mabonga anaenda. Mabonga should not be asking for fuel ama na vitu zingine. There are people here who can provide those vehicles. Uko na gari yako hapo inakaaga tuna iko na fuel. Uko na magari 5, 6 ziko tu pale. Please provide these things to these guys, yeah? Wakati tunaenda mashinani, kuna watu najua hapa wako na free day kuanzia kesho kutwa nini. This is an opportunity for you to join Mabonga, Morara, make a convoy. You see how these politicians are always organized. Wakati wanakuja kutudanganya huko mitaani, wanakuwa wamejipanga, wamejiorganize. A whole funeral in my backyard, Nyeri, yeah? Ilisimamishwa tu, ikasimamishwa, watu wakapewa time so that people can grieve. They build a mass of people so that politicians can come to talk when their kids are dead. Sasa watu, like KD has said, they depend so much on the masses. Na sisi tunakosa hiyo masses. So nani amekuwa kienda huku na anakutana na wananchi na wanaongea. So let us do that part, Tukisema tunaweza enda, watu wanaweza sacrifice. Kuna wenye wanaweza enda hii weekend kunaenda wapi? Kunaenda Rift Valley. There are guys in Nairobi here who are fed up. with Ruto and they come from Rift Valley. This is your chance to accompany Morara and Wakina Marvin and then Rift Valley. Spread that gospel. That's how our parents now watakuja kujua Ruto ni nani. Please, that's my that's my humble appeal to everybody. Anyway, going forward, as I prepare to bring in Nonini, and Nonini, thank you. We saw the latest track that you did, and thank you so much for honoring our fallen comrades. We allowed you that. And talking of arts, you are one of the front guys who have played a very important role using arts to really fight for a new Kenya and a new dispensation. I think it will only be very respectful if I give Nonini atuongeleshe kidogo as one Kenya. I can see your hand is up, and later on Kim 001 will pick up. Nonini, your mic.
Yeah, thanks Ras, nashukuru sana. Big up Binti, big up KOT, Toria, kila mtu hapa Fara na wacheki. Mwaga nasikiza tu kimya Mizani, I see you as well. Waga nasikiza tu, I like following the conversation. KD pia amekuwa hapa manze. First of all, I'd like to tell guys, do you guys know who KD is? KD is a legendary DJ hapo Kenya. KD ndio alianzisha hii mambo ya scratching even before this new DJ started. Na alikujaga yuko tu mahali tu ku US. Sijaona KD for a minute. But hii movement ili bring KD, nikaanza kuona KD anaongea. Na kuna malimina KD ati tulibonga tukasema yo tuanze kuongea. It was just organic. Yeye mwenyewe aliona what's happening and he started speaking out. Same way as mimi tulikaa chini nikaona what's happening and I started speaking out. So hii movement yana nataka tu ku encourage leo. Don't feel like ati there's a leader ama kuna mtu lazima akwambie vile utafanya, ama kuna mtu atakushow how you're supposed to talk about bad governance and corruption, to call it out. Hakuna mtu anaweza kushow hizo vitu zinafaa kuwa personal. Wewe mwenyewe unafaa kuona hii kitu haikai fit na mimi. How this country has been run is not feeling well. It should be a personal thing. Ikiwa personal, then hatutaja kuzusha ati kuna leader, kuna mtu sijui analipwa ndio afanye nini, because you're not following. Wewe follow mtu, you're not following anyone who's telling you what to do. It's about how you feel. Where personally kama Mkenya unafeel aje? Do you feel the country has been run well? If you feel that the country has been run well, then well and good, unanyamaza. If you feel that it's not been run well, then well and good, unaongea. It's a personal thing. Before niendelee na make point yangu tu real quick, then I drop. Binti namsikiaga sana kutoka UK. Jana nilisikia kuna mtu mwingine UK aliongea. Just wanted to ask, kwa nini watu wa UK mko na kasauti kadogo aje? Atu demo jana aliongea alikuwa na sauti kama ya Binti kabisa. So big up also you guys out there. Yeah?
I know exactly who you're talking about. Her name was
Yeah, it sounded like you totally. Hapana. So, leo nimeona kitu mimi imenijamisha kidogo, na again, sijaona tweet ya mtu akitweet ndio mimi niseme. As in, I was just watching the news and seeing what's happening, and I saw the church held a press briefing. They held a conference with the media just to call out wakichangia mambo yao watu wawili wana fight. Really? It caught me off guard. I was like, what the hell is this? Hawa watu wanaweza piga press conference kuongea mambo ya vita yao watu wawili, but watoi wameuliwa Kenya and they never not even once called a press conference. Those are the things we need to call out. Personally mimi nimefeel vibaya na nikaiandika. Unaelewa? It's a personal thing. Sikuwa nangoja Morara aseme ama sijui nangoja nani aseme. No. It's a personal. It's wrong, bro. It's wrong. Na ukirudi nyuma uangalie how church imekuwa used to control politics everywhere in the world. Unakumbuka millennials ama hata labda Gen Z pia wali experience hii kitu. Chuo tulikuwa na hiki kitu ilikuwa inaitwa CU. Mko mnaekewa CU. Yani mmeanza kuingizwa mambo ya church tangu chuo, imeanza kuwa programmed in tangu chuo. It's been used to control people from school. Alafu inakuja mpaka ina affect watu in life. Hiyo CU ilikuwa inaekwa hapo ati lazima muende CU, sijui muimbe. I have nothing against God. Mimi niko na personal relationship with God. Pia again hakuna mtu anaweza ni show venye mimi nafaa kuombea Jaja. Unaelewa? Jaja ni mwenyewe nijue niko na relationship gani, na nikiamka daily I can breathe in and out, man. I thank him for life. Unaelewa? Hiyo ni relationship yangu, na hakuna pastor anafaa kuja kuniambia ama kuvalidate my relationship with God. Na hiyo kitu tumeanza kuinstiliwa tukiwa watoi from siku za CU. Mimi nilikuwa naingia CU just because it used to offer me a way to get out of your boarding school. Ilikuwa boarding school ingine ilikuwa Ukambani, huko imeka Ukambaya. I think it was a military camp. So kuingia CU you get those mnaweza toka nje ya chuo, unajua mafankie na manini, but control started there. These churches, manze, church, there's nothing wrong with religion. Religion is perfectly okay, but kuna watu wamekuwa hapo that are staining the name of the church. Maka wanafanya watu siku hizi wajisikii na mambo ya religion. Watu siku hizi wamedecide wacha tu mimi nikuwe na relationship yangu na jaja huko kando. That really like brush me in a wrong way. Na si need mtu yote aniambie ati I need to speak up about it. It's a personal thing. I like what everybody is doing. Hata ukisikia mtu analipwa, as long as ana call out bad governance, ana call out corruption, it's okay. You can watch their moves. The minute tutaanza kuona mtu anatry kukusway in a certain direction that you do not agree with, hapo ndo unamuondokea. Unaelewa? Kama saizi hapa KOT by morning hiyo kakitu itaingia, at least uko na kitu yako unaweza fanya huko, usijali. Hiyo pia unajua tukikutumia kakitu hapa watu wanaweza sema uko funded. Unaelewa? Haina shida, bora you are doing the right thing. Unaget? So stop worrying about other people. What is the movement to you? What is the movement doing to you? How do you feel about it? If the other person you feel like is doing good, na hata kama anaitisha doa ama amefandiwa sijui na nani, as long as they are doing the right thing according to your principles and what you are fighting for, it is okay. Unaelewa? So utakuwa confused every day ukiamka uingie kwa spaces ama uingie X uangalie, you will not be confused because you're not looking at anyone's tweets, you're just looking at what's happening in the country, and if it doesn't sit right with you, that's where you speak out. Asanteni sana for my little moments. Nimeshukuru sana, endelee na conversation. I just wanted to encourage you guys. Movement iko strong. You can be a Morara by yourself. Morara anafanya mambo yake. Collins pia nasikia yuko huko anafanya mambo yake kwa machurch, manzea na sensitize, ana inject. Hii spirit ya kuinject, hakuna mtu anafaa kuambia. Wewe mwenyewe tu unaifanya. You are a Morara, you are a Collins, you are the movement.
Very true, my brother. Very true. Binti, as I digest what Nonini has said, unaweza
Before you digest, can you just go? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your injection. We appreciate you always turning up. Thank you for being a comrade in this journey and for giving us our anthem, second anthem, but our anthem of I'm Offended. KD, I know you want to just go straight after that, so KD and Delaya.
So, Binti, KD, just a minute. I want to request you guys to give me only 3 minutes. Yeah. There is this guy called William Ruto. He has been on CNN. Yeah. And I just want you guys to give me just 3 minutes. Musikize kidogo tu. Just 3 minutes.
Everybody watched what happened in your country not so long ago. You are under a crippling debt, and you were trying to figure out how to repay the IMF debt and others, and you wanted to impose taxes which were very few and scarce, actually, in Kenya. And it backfired. People came out onto the streets. You tried to restore order. There were many people in those protests who were killed. And then you had to walk it all back. So firstly, did you do the wrong thing by sending the troops out against people who were protesting that they couldn't afford these taxes?
For your information, Kenya is a robustly democratic country, and protests are part of our democracy. The freedom of people to associate and to choose what to do. And that is perfectly in order. And restoring law and order is also the responsibility of law enforcement agencies. What was in Nairobi, apart from the protests, were criminal gangs that burned down parliament, burned down the Chief Justice office, burned down people's property. Those, like happens everywhere in the world, had to be managed by our security agencies. And any excesses that may have occurred, there is an independent policing authority that investigates and takes those who may have overstepped their mandate into account. So what happened in Kenya is perfectly in order. We are trying to manage a situation, as you have said yourself. We have serious debt issues. We have a world that has serious climate conditions. We swung from a flood into a drought, and we have serious issues, and we're trying to manage and mobilize domestic resources, working with different actors. If it doesn't work, we tried a different way. Kenya is now stable. We are moving into the future in a predictable, orderly manner because we are a democracy.
Mr. President, how will you do that? Because clearly you were advised by, I assume, your own economists and international economists that you needed to start raising funds. You needed to get some taxes or however you raise your funds in order to pay down the debt and to, I guess, pay for development. What is your next step on this issue? How will you do what you need to do without, upsetting the people who can't afford it and trying to satisfy your own people?
It is always a balance. Most of the situation that you saw, part of it was occasioned by misinformation, fake news, and many other aspects of the protest. More explanation is going into our strategy going into the future. We are working with the international community to find concessional funding long-term at scale to manage our situation, to manage the debt situation. As I talk to you, inflation is down from 9 to 4.3%. Our exchange rate is now stable, and we can be able to do more going forward without pushing too hard on what the people can accommodate.
So back to you, criminals. Umeitwa tena criminals uko Marekani pale CNN. So back to you. I think KD, you can now proceed.
So you just went ahead of me. I was exactly wanted to do whatever you did. So thank you very much. You're always on point. Now, this is my thing. For the last 10, 15 or so minutes, we are having more of a constructive discussion. This is leading us somewhere than talking about people who will not better your lives. KOT, kaunza share your clips hai. There's strength in numbers. I'm a big basketball fan. Kuna timu tumeona ni sana strength in numbers. We can retweet that thing and tag CNN to make it known that whatever is being shared ni uongo na ni stories za ajaba, because we know what is happening. We know what happened to this country. We know what is happening in the country. 9 to 4, like seriously, hata kama ni kwa mjinga huwezi danganywa hivyo. So mine is just, let's stay on course. Let's not digress. Let's not talk about things that are not going to better us. You realize we have a distraction in every other thing we do coming from this side of the government. So what is the best thing to do? The question we should be having in our mind from today on should be how? How do we approach? How do we change? How do we make our lives better? How do I do A, B, C, and D? Lastly, kuna watu wako 15 to 19 years old sahi, ni wase mkona siblings. Mazishikeni ya watu hii mikono sahi, civic education. In another 3 years, those are the next adults, young adults. They are the vulnerable generation. Now, they are the low-hanging fruits that we need to actually enlighten very well. So, shikeni ya wase mikono, make sure wako na ID and give them now that civic education that when it comes to that time when we really have to make noise, they will not be left orphans. They will not be lowered into kudanganya. They should not know what corruption tastes like. Because you have a leader who comes to you and tries to give you goodies. They should never test that. It's your responsibility. And just to piggyback on what Nonini said, we don't have a leader. The leader is you. So what are you doing as a leader? What role are you playing to make the life of the person next to you better? Uwezi kaa hapo sema ati mimi ni wa Netflix or popcorn. You have to do something. It starts with you. Thanks.
Binti. Okay, Binti is not there. We have to.
Ras, I was busy typing. I'm trying to retweet that thing. That video.
encourage people to go to the CNN website. Go to the CNN. Kama mtu wako hapa, go enda kwa nini yao, website yao, enda kwa Twitter handle yao. Waambie huyo jamaa anaongea hapo, hakuna story nyingine anatuambia. You are from Kenya na hizo ni stories za ni stories za jaba anatupigia hapo hivyo. He killed people. You have those photos hapo hivyo. There are those photos za maandamano zenye watu wetu wamepigwa manini, tag CNN so that one thing with this guy, na tumesema hapa time and again, William Ruto, the only thing ako afraid squeeze, ako tu, yani yeye anapenda ku create perception. He goes to wazungu, paints an image that everything is all right. Kila kitu iko sawa. And that's why unaona he's downplaying everything. Hata unaona anasema hakukuwa, it was not a big deal. It is not like the way you guys saw it. Hii ni kitu tu ilikuwa happen out of misinformation na hivi, unaona. And that's why unaona say currently they have to find a narrative yenye watakufa nayo, hata wakienda huko majuu wakiulizwa wanatafuta narrative yenye watakufa nayo. Unaona sasa anakufa na narrative ya kwamba no, it was just misinformation. The finance bill was okay, but hao watu ni vile hawakuwa na hiyo information. Right now we are working well. So it tells you the truth that William Ruto si ati amemalizana na finance bill, so he incorporated the people to come and
Ras.
Yes.
Sorry, Ras.
Yes.
How? Forget about that guy. Let's go how from this point on. He will not stop. We'll expect another one tomorrow. Let's do the house now, please.
Oh.
Aisha.
Okay, thank you, our elder. Thank you, our elder, for bringing again sanity and order. Now, Binti, who was our next speaker? And I think we need to drop some of the people so that, because we're having so many requests to kuchini na hawezi accept wengine. So I would kindly request some of you to drop so that we can accommodate others, especially if you've spoken, you allow others to come in. Especially these are now where the diaspora comes in, so many people, and I know they are very much concerned with what is happening in the nation, and they would want to listen and contribute. Kindly, if you've spoken and you feel like you've exhausted your point, you can drop, or some of us can drop you on this other end. So the next speaker, Binti, you had one, or I give someone?
Yeah, it was. Yes, it was gonna be either one, Kenya or Kim001. They have the hands up, guys. That video has made me so mad. Please go to CNN. I'ma go to KOT's whatever he's tweeted, retweet it, and make sure that you tag CNN Africa, CNN Breaking News, CNN whatever World News, whatever it is. Tag all of them. They need to know. Yeah, let me tell you guys something. On this side of the world, that's what happens. This guy lies, and he comes here and he tells us such sweet nothings. This is the biggest gaslighter we have in our country. The biggest gaslighter. Kim001, number one, Kenya. One of you, just go ahead, please.
Hello. Hey, guys. So,
Hi.
Yeah. So, thank you, Binti Africa, KOT, na Ras G, nimemsikia. Kwanza KD ameguza point yangu yenye nilikuwa nasema. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama underestimate politicians. Those people are not stupid. Tunafai kukuwa ahead of them. Like, hao watu wanatuplanianga tu. Kila mwezi kuna kuwa na issue. They are done deal. Alafu unapata issue kama ya ABC. Wase hiyo tunalambishwanga tu sakafu. Kama sahi issue ya ABC inasongeshwanga tu, inasongeshwa tu. Tukaribu kufikia uchaguzi, tutasikia mwaka uchaguzi inaahirishwa. Kwa sababu issue ya ABC ni very critical. Na sahi tuki lose to focus, issue ya ABC itarukishwanga tu hiyo venye narukishwa. Kwa sababu unaona hii mwezi tunaingia hii wiki tena issue nyingine imeingia, sijui sharp. Like, what the fuck man is happening in this country? Bako una take a break, like uko like what is just not happening? Ukiangalia news sijui mambo ya impeachment. Yesh. Lakini civic education is the way. Me personally will take a break online kwa sababu sometimes unaingia X umechanganyikiwa and you're like, what is not happening here? Wengine mistrust among us and many aspects. Kwa sababu unajua kama sahi politicians wata notice kuna mistrust among us, imagine watakuwa na plant an issue, tunashindani hapo kwa issue moja. At the end of the day wanajua Kenya wanafanya. Unapata mwaka imeanza imeisha, inafika mwaka uchaguzi, IEBC jaundwa, hakuna marked boundaries zenye zimefanywa and everything. Unasikia uchaguzi itaahirishwa kwa sababu hakukuwa na planning ya kutosha. That is the thing. Alafu sasa unapata mjinga kama Samson Cherargei akona the audacity ya kutuambia hapa ati sijui presidential term limit inafai kuongezwa. Like, how is he stupid and useless? Like, that man is stupid and useless. Yani kuna other bills Kenyans are suffering, alafu mwingine anafikiria venye how you can increase term limit. hey, it is a wake up call in Kenya. It is always a wake up call. Like when binti Africa amesema, like Ruto is the biggest gaslighter, and every politician, like sahi politicians wenye sahi Kenya ni gaslight. Kwanza mwenye sahi anaimpichiwa acha impichiwa aende nyumbani. You cannot be a tribal bigot and pretending to be the savior. Kama wewe mwenyewe hiyo serikali una feel ni shenanigan, why should mbona haja resign? Mbona hajatuambia ni akina nani walihusika na watu 60 wenye walipigwa risasi kwa maandamano and more others wenye wako still not found? If is genuine, hii ndio mambo ya sympathy. Like I wish the society yenye tunaishi wangekataa mambo ya sympathy. Sympathy ndio imetuweka hapa sasa hii situation yenye tuko. Sympathy ndio iliingiza Ruto kwa power. This sympathy politics cheap. Wananifinya, wanatumaliza, wapendi watu wetu, hii kabila nini and nini. Hi, what the fuck man. Venye KD ameplace like amesema Ruto asha plan vitu 2 years more, like he's not stupid. Kama sasa yako USA na motion of impeachment ya huyu stupid naibu wake mwenye ako hapo sasa mwenye anataka kutolewa hapo, like he's so comfortable about it kwa sababu anajua once he is controlling the legislature. Kenya kwanza tunafai sasa wa Kenya, kila mtu mwenye kwa space anafai kwanza kusahau we do not have a legislature. Hakuna legislature yenye exist in Kenya. There is none. Sasa ni myopic, they just cheer. They are the yes men and the yes women in parliament. Sasa bili kiingia tu bunge inapitishwa kwa sababu hao ni cheers, hao ni watoto wa nursery, they just sing to the choir. Once their pocket iko fiti, they just sing to the choir. They cannot help anybody. Wamesha stood so low. They are very myopic, wako loud, topics zenye wana discuss huko they do not make sense. Sasa huwezi kaka hivi chini atu unaenda kuangalia kama motion kwa bunge kwa sababu there is nothing enye iko interesting pale enye na make sense kwa sababu wanaongea vitu myopic, stupid things, wanapitisha vitu hata zi make sense. Yani sahi Kenya tuko at a state haujui kama tuna progress ama tunarudi nyuma, but one thing, hakuna kitu mbaya kama society yenye iko arrogant ya kusema politician ni mjinga. They are not stupid. Sasa wanatugeuza. Ni hii wiki Adani deal, hii wiki nyingine Chief, hii wiki nyingine another thing, hii wiki nyingine another thing. Mwaka inaanza inaisha, scandals in scandals out. Issue ya IBC ni kusongeshwa tu, inasongeshwa. Ikishakaribia tu uchaguzi tunaambiwa uchaguzi imepostponediwa due hakuwa na planning, hakuwa na funds. That's where we have reached. Hapo ndo sasa tunaelekea tukiangalia mchezo Ruto venye inaelekea. We are tuko pabaya. Kitu yenye iko ni chukuanga jukumu. Ukiwa uko kwa ground ambia wase ubaya kuchoose bad leadership na sympathy. Anaumizwa, anafinyiliwa. Kwa nini kama anafinyiliwa mbona asi resign kwa that position? Angoje siku ya uchaguzi ya seek fresh mandate kama anaona serikali ni mbaya sana. Why? Lakini sasa hii watu wameshaanza sympathy and stupid things. Wanafinyiliwa, anafanywa nini? Why? It doesn't concern us. Kwanza sasa hii tungewaacha politician wapigane wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Let us wacha sisi tuko spectators. Kwa sababu pia hao wanatufanya huko kwa ground. Like kama sasa hii tribal card ikiletwa, sisi ndio wenyewe kwa huko kwa ground tutapigana. Sasa hii ni saa ya kuwatch politicians wakipigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Fair enough. Wacha pia sisi tupate cinema entertainment. Atusiwapatie time ya kuallow ati ni sympathy sijui ati atatolewa nini. It doesn't help us. So KOT manze, big up kwa Kenya mnafanya na Morara. Nilisema next time like mkipata time mimi niko nai Choka area nimejaribu na kuangana kwa sababu niko na a small business na operate karibu na stage and I'm like najaribu kuweka civic education kwa hawa si wanduthi my youth wenye wanapita hapo and everybody. So you are welcome to Chokas kwenye mnaweza arrange ama mtanipin next location mnakaa Choka tuna debunk kwa soko mzima ya Choka cause we need those microphones equal loud and speakers. Like utan DM, I'll send you my number, utan DM, like you're welcome here. Like tuingie soko to debunk hii soko mzima kwa sababu we cannot be having our people going to election to vote out of sympathy. Because hii sympathy ndo inatufanya tunapata these are the results. Unaona mtu Kenya anaenda kusema kwa CNN, seriously, what is he saying there? Like ati huyo ndio leader. Like hata wazungu wanaweza tuangalia kwa population. Unajua sahi in Kenya and Africa as generally wamefanya democracy na kwa illusion. Like democracy kwanza in Kenya is an illusion. Democracy is an illusion. Ni kama tunaisomanga tu kwa kitabu like rule of law. Sai katiba inarepiwa over and over, like the constitution is just being raped over and over. Ulishachoka. Sai democracy imeshageuka an illusion, ni kitu yenye unasomanga tu kwa kitabu enye exist in real life. Inarepiwa tu on a daily basis, unapatanga tu law breakers. Mtu kama Masengeli angefai kukuwa na serve sai sentence yake huko ndani. Sai alishatishia judge. Unaona judge ali withdraw kwa hiyo kesi due to personal reasons. Alafu akasamehewa, like Masengeli alisamehewa. Sai mtu unajiulizanga what happened ikafika kwa hiyo judgment. Alafu Chief Justice mwenye ako kwa hii Kenya, oh my god, huyo mumama, she's a waste. She's a total waste, like seriously. Anafanyanga nini? Anafanyanga watu wawe, she's not talking. The constitution is just being raped, she's not talking. She's just there. I hate that. Mimi nachukia Chief Justice mwenye ako Kenya. She's useless. Like kwa hii course tangu ianze hakuna Kenya amefanya. There is nothing good enye amechangia to the cause. She's just there. Like yeye ni kama ni choir member, yeye hata ndio choir member. She cheers when the constitution is just being raped. She cannot stand her ground na kusema iko hivi and hivi. Hatufai kutishiwa. Anafai kukuwa mesummon watu kama kina Kindiki wako held accountable. Like how can 61 people be shot dead na bado mwenye alikuwa responsible he's just walking free? What is the work of IPOA? Like institutions zenye saizi iko ni kama zinakuangazia au watu wanalipwa bure. IPOA is a total waste of time. Hakuna siku yenye umesikia IPOA imetangazwa kwa news imeconvict polisi mwenye ameua watu. They Njokoma brothers mpaka sai nothing has happened. You see, vitu kama IPOA is just bogus, like seriously. Wana receive salary yenye make sense. Sai we must be like, ukiwa hata mtaani umekana wase bonga kuhusu civic education venye tutajikomoa kwa sababu ya losing it. Politician wanatuchezea, washajua, washa study ground vizuri sana. Sai mtu kama Ruto alishaunda Pentagon kitambo sana, shajua. Ali Hassan Joho amereplace Najib Balala ule mwenye alikuwa hapo tuoseve.
One Kenya.
Ameshachukua the cost of living.
One Kenya. Wacha mimi niko na nitu kidogo. Umerealize umerudi mali tumetoka, tunaongelelea hawa sasa. Mimi nakatuongezea tutasaidia. Whatever, there's nobody who loves the Chief Justice or the President. Let's think of how
she's fucking.
Yes, we all know that. So can we talk about how do we move forward? Let's not talk about these people at all. It's going to help me and you.
So
please.
Mimi kenye naweza sema kenye KD anasema is making sense, tusiwapatie time. So mimi kenye naweza sema like ukiwa kwa ground make an effort. Ukikaa na 1 or 2 3 people, jaribu kuambia importance of good leadership. Hapo ndio itatuelekeza vizuri, because unapata watu wengine wanakuanga very busy struggling na life, so afuatiliangi more about election, on how to elect a good leader and everything, kuangalia characteristics, character, personality ya msee and everything. So tujaribu ukiwa ground, just talk more. So mimi niko Choka, like I'm based on Choka, Nairobi. KOT karibu, mtanitag, like mimi ndatuma namba yangu. I like to join the next trip. Alafu to organize pia huku Choka, like kwanza huku kwetu pia kuna a lot of work to be done, because tribal are very active. People stand on how bad leadership inaweza to lead kwa crisis. Watu watoke kwa mtu politics, because it doesn't help us. Haijai tusaidia. So civic education inafai kuwa sahi, inafai kuwa scoreboard ya kila msee. Ukipata msee kwa njia, jaribungu tu 1 or 2 things, mguzie tu kuhusu governance. Mguzilie hapa na pale. Itapata at least ukimguzilia yeye pia ataende kwa mtu mwingine ambaye kuna kijana pahali fulani ama kuna msichana pahali fulani ananieleza hivi na hapa na pale, na nikaona ina make sense. So civic education inafai kuwa inafai kuwa our daily pill, like hiyo inafai kuwa our daily bread before tufike 2027. At least chukue na watu wanajua ukienda kuvote una vote kwa nini, kwa sababu inafai kuwa ina matter una vote kwa nini. Kwa sababu personally I was telling people before ni take a break, like personally mpaka mimi sasa ni tangu niende replacement ya Idudu Center mpaka sasa, like my ID haitoka, like it's just so fucked up, mbaya sana. I've tried, like nimeenda kwa hiyo huduma center yenye kwa hapa kwa Ruai, nimejaribu, it doesn't help me. Sasa nimetumwa kwa mtu specific huko Jogoo House, not mention the name. Nimeambiwa ukienda huko ulipe 3,000 utatoka na ID after 30 minutes. So you can imagine that is corruption. Sasa mpaka sasa uende ulipe 3,000, huduma center wamekataa kutoa ID na ni replacement, just only replacement. Nilishalipa hiyo tao. Sasa tunalipia identity yetu na maumau walipigana for identity. Seriously, where are we heading as a country? So civic education is the way to go kwa make watu understand. Bad leadership inakuja na consequences. So civic education all the way. KD, thank you manze. KD, thank you. KOT manze, keep the gospel running manze. Mkiwa na Morara, ambia shout out kwa Morara, Binti Africa manze. Nashukuru sana kwa kuendelea na hii course na Ras G. Bado nimeingia space leo, napata waseo bado wako active. Tu mi biashara ilikuwa imeniweka pending kidogo, imenishikilia, lakini nikasema leo lazima niingie at least nichangie 1 or 2 things, na nimesikia the course is just moving. So kila mtu amekaribishwa, like KOT kwenye mtapanga mmekaribishwa choka. I'll be there waiting manze. So thank you guys and have a good night manze. Yeah,
thank you so much. Na hii choka KOT inafaa tembee choka. Nice.
Yeah,
inafaa tembee choka.
I think
KOT, go ahead.
Nilikuwa naambia tu One Kenya tutakuja huko choka. Mimi sikujui, lakini tutapatia direction. So tomorrow guys, you all know that we are headed to the Rift Valley. Yeah, mlisema tusiguze mlima, lakini pia tunataka kwenda kuguza sijui valley inaitwa aje. Yeah, bonde la ufa. Yeah, tunaenda kuguza bonde la ufa. Guys, I'm good in Swahili. Msinionange hivi tu. I'm also good in Swahili. Can speak fluent Swahili. Sasa tuliguza mlima, nothing happened. Tunaenda kuguza bonde la ufa. Let's see what will happen. And so guys, tomorrow we are out to offer civic education. Yeah, so for the next 4 days, from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then on Tuesday we'll be coming back to Nairobi to settle kidogo. Then we see how we'll move to the coast region and then to the western. And of course, leo nimepata some 3 guys who wanted to join us. And of course, yeah, nishawachukua. We'll be heading there. So namba inaendelea ikisonga. Yeah, last time tulikuwa na gari 3. Sasa tushapata ingine tumeongeza. Sasa zimefika 4. So by the time nafika December, nataka kuwa na magari kama 50. Yeah, zikipita tu ni za civic education. Sio za kupiga siasa, because hatujaanza siasa. Honestly, mimi nikianza siasa hata hapa hamtapumua, because my blood is purely a politician. And apart from being a politician, I also believe I'm a leader. Na ndio maana hata nikiweka hii space, you guys can join and we can have concrete discussion without interruption. That's now the quality of a leader. So personally, I've always believed that I'm both a politician and a leader. Lakini somewhere William Samoei Ruto is only a politician. Raila Odinga, at some point he used to be a leader, but now he opted to be a full politician. Rigathi Gachagua is just huyo ni jamaa fulani wa drama tu. It's just doing some drama. I don't know him. And the likes of Wetangula is a politician, yeah, because whatever he has been doing, honestly, nyinyi mnajua. The only person mwenye naweza sema is both a politician and a leader, it's none other than me. Yeah, hiyo mimi si atinajipiga kifua, but I believe so. And so guys, civic education, tomorrow we headed to the Rift Valley, but of course tutanzia somewhere in kunaitwaje, in Kisii, and then of course Bomet, tukisonga hivyo. So I'll be keeping you posted. I'll be sharing the videos, I'll be sharing the photos, I'll be injecting there. So just in case there is any challenge and the Rift Valley guys wanna face, just put it in my DM. Then of course nikipewa mic, nikishapata ile mic, I'll know exactly what to talk that resonate with those people from that area. And so muendelee kutuombea tafadhali. Mimi kitu mimi utaka tu kwenu bana ni maombi tu peke yake. Yeah, because everything is just vanity. And so mkinipia maombi tu nikuwe salama, then honestly everything will be okay. So if you wish to join us even next time, just let me know. My number inakuanga hapo. Hii namba iko hapa juu, hii kwangi namba ya simu na WhatsApp. Ukitext kwa WhatsApp utanipata, but I'll take a lot of time to respond to you. The number yenye iko WhatsApp direct yenye iko kwa profile yangu, ukiklik hapo kwa ukiangalia hiyo picha inakuanga hapo chini kuna link. That link takes you direct to my WhatsApp, and so we can converse there. Hii namba iko hapo inakuanga other purpose, of course. Thank you.
Talking of other purpose, inakuwaga ya purpose kama saa hii ni time ya mabonga kutafuta fuel, anatafuta fuel asirudi na mat kama last time, ama nimechoma. Asirudi na
last time we encountered a drunk nini driver, and what we saw, it's only God that we are here. So ensure that you continue praying for us. That's why nimesema mtuombee bana. Yeah, I have a lot of challenges out there. And so just your prayers are enough. Yeah, mtoke kwa maombi bana. Ndugu zangu Smack kutoka Coast, tafadhali ukisoma Quran, ensure you mention my name bana. Ndugu zangu wa Islam, ndugu zangu wa Kristo, tafadhali ukisoma Biblia na uende kuomba, ensure you are saying a word. Na uniombee. Hiyo jina yangu official ni Marvin Mabonga, so omba bana, ukililia kwa hiyo jina na Mungu of course atashuka.
Mavo ameanza campaign mapema. Anyway, ni poa kuanza campaign mapema. But anyway, we have to keep talking. We remember we have one country very beautiful called Kenya. Now, Keoti ameguzia kitu. This is like taking a risk. Yeah, it's the biggest risk. It's the biggest risk fighting for your own country, fighting for the flag. Because sasa hatuna mtu yoyote wa kutupigania, and this one comes with a lot of, like I'm saying, risks. It is my appeal, wakati KOT Morara wanakuja kwa ground, remember we are already threatening an empire that has been existing for so many years. The political empire ni a very organized empire, ni watu wamekuwa kwa hii game, kwa hii mchezo for a very long time. So in terms of organization, the dirty way, goons huku chini wanakuwaga wamejipanga. So it takes good Kenyans, mimi na wewe, kuprotect watu kama wakina Keoti na wakina Murara. So let the happenings that took place in Embu, where a very one of the most controversial MPs he's called Ruku. Remember, Ruku is one of the individuals who at some point wanted to introduce a bill in parliament to curtail our freedom of expressing ourselves in demos. Huyo jamaa alikuwa ametokea na he really allowed the people of Embu, they dealt with him hapo kwa hapo. So whenever this convoy comes, whenever these guys come, it is ni wewe na mimi tunafaa kuwapea ile security. Let us protect our people. That's the moment you engage with them, because when politicians wanakuja chini, wanakuja kwa ground, wakati Ruto wanakuja huko, the first thing he's surrounded by ana surround you na all arms of security. Sasa sisi hatuna hiyo nini. So it takes Kenyans of goodwill kama wewe na yeye to protect, because this comes with a lot of risks. But we need again not to buy the fear. We need to go outside there, because sisi ndio tunafaa to liberate the country. Moving forward, I can see a couple of hands up. I don't know if it is a reply. So let me start with Sir. Unanisikia?
Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm audible enough. Maybe you can confirm to me.
Yes, you are 100%.
Hello?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Number one, I want to start by applauding all the speakers who have come on board to discuss the various key concerns about our trajectory as a country, where we are moving to. And I want also to, in a very brief, to also to stress my points, respective of how we feel that we have a country that we feel that we are not governed in the right manner that we expect as the constituents. So Today, as we all gather here to discuss all these essential key issues, we feel like in many recent times that we have seen foundations of our democracy have been shaken a lot. The rule of law, which should guide our actions, decisions, are being undermined. So the law itself, this culture that our leaders have put in all these sectors, starting with the judiciary, the legislature, and even the executive itself, look at also the oversighting bodies like the ESCC. These are bodies that are supposed to come on board and put our leaders to account. But one of the major concerns is that these institutions were established to protect our rights and ensure that our leaders act responsibly. But look at what is happening. These bodies have totally failed to fulfill their responsibility. And that's where our question comes in. When will these bodies realize the urgency of our responsibilities? When will they realize that, can we now put aside the politics? Can we put aside the favorism? Can't we come and do the check and balance? Can't we have a country that is progressing in terms of economic, in terms of socio-political, in terms of putting all the sectors aboard so that we can create job employment for youths? Look at the graduates that universities produce every year. Where are they going? They don't know. They don't have a plan. They're just there. They're just having a government that doesn't have a clear plan, a roadmap on what they're doing. So, as I move on, we can also say that we as the citizens, we feel that we have that disconnect from the government because, number one, many of us have lost trust in this system. I bet no one can put trust in this. No one can come and say that we all trust this government. We have totally disconnected ourselves from the trust to this government. And it deepens the gap between the government and the people. So we need to recognize that governance is not just about those in power. It is about the responsibility they have to serve the public. When this bond is broken, the future of our nation becomes uncertain. Look where we are as a country. Look where we are as Kenya. The second layer of the government, we are seeing a disconnect from the deputy president and the president, a fallout. Surely 2 years, 24 months, nothing has been done. You cannot tell me that you have a government that every public sector, every sector is failing. Look at the education sector. Look at the health sector. Nothing that someone can say that or can defend that something is being done here. Look at the transport sector. What is happening at JKA right now? Now, how can you tell me that now we have a government that has competence? How can we come and say we can defend this government by saying that it's a working government? But today, you can see even what is happening. We can see the members of parliament coming together, collecting signatures because they want to impeach one of their own. And why? Because maybe they've created that culture of looting our resources until they feel like, now I'm also supposed to loot more than the other. They start fighting each other because of our resources. Even this impeachment, you will not be shocked to find that the kind of disagreement they're having is because of our resources that are supposed to run our country. They are fighting because of our resources. And some of us will just sit there, now have sympathy for them. Now the president is fighting the president is fighting the deputy president. Why? Are we now feeling that are we now being sidelined? No. Actually, one thing I need to appreciate the Generation Z, because I think I've seen it, they don't have that tribalism. They don't have that tribal in us. I think it's high time that we've come to realize that no matter what, no matter any region block that we have, we can see a leader that who can deliver. I think that is the person that we have to put trust. We check on that person. If he fails, we just come on his neck for accountability. But you see, today where we are, we are on ourselves. No one is talking about our interest. Politicians have come on board just trying to protect their interest. They just want to protect their opulence, nothing else. And I think one thing that I'll leave everybody that with is that I know right now we are still on course to try to rectify some of the system in this government as the citizens. Yes, we can't have that much strength to push some things because after all, this is the government of the day that we have, but we can plan something. These 3 years are this is a very good time for us to plan. Number one, we make sure that we have the voting card, we have our IDs. I know there are those constraints that they've put so that, the Gen Z, they don't be given ID, right? But you just apply, have those credentials. When it comes for election and you just have a friend that does not have a voter, there's nothing that you're going to talk with that person. There's no way that we can just come here on online platform. We just keep on repeating things that we usually say every day. But when it comes to doing them, we don't do them. We're just sitting there online browsing TikToks. Some of us don't want to engage ourselves knowing which kind of these things that are being passed in parliament. Only I'm very sure, even if we just try to check on ourselves, many of us just went to follow up on the impeachment motion for Gachagua. But let us ask our sincere question to ourselves. How many times do we listen to the proceedings in the parliament? How many times have you listened to some of the bills, some of the motions that have been brought before the parliament? Are we following up on these things? And yet when we come and just see now things are not on our side, also we come and just trying to raise questions. So my point is that regardless of anything that is happening in our country, we're supposed to keep track. Let us be on board. Let us come together and follow up on every public sector, everything that is happening, whether be it Ministry of Sport, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Agriculture, everywhere. We occupy everywhere. And when we mean accountability, we have to be strict on it. Be it coming on streets the way we are doing it. Consistency is the key. Now look at what is happening in our country at the moment. Now we are being taken away from our focus. Now coming to focus on very things that don't have essence in our country. Now how will Gachagua help me surely? How will Gachagua help those children who have been buried today to the graves? How will Gachagua going to help the parents who have lost those kids there? We've killed the future of our kids. We're having a government that doesn't even care about what is happening, about our kids' education, nothing. We are just left on our side alone. We're just alone on this. So I think I just want also to congratulate what Marara is doing, trying also to educate. Civic education is very important. When we are informed, because information is power. When you have information from where you sit from, when you are fully informed, because I know that this generation where we had Generation Z, this is a very educated generation. Because these people have realized that many of us were informed with the Constitution. We can even quote the clauses, the articles. We know our rights. And they are not happy the way we are fully informed about all these things, because they used to see us that they are these people below age of 30. They don't know anything, but they are being shocked. And that is why you can see them grouping themselves. How many of you they expected that Raila Odinga will come to side with Ruto? This is because these people are very greedy. They just come, they just come together so that they can just try to maybe protect their interest. So this clearly shows that there's nothing that we need to have sympathy for these people. They play the same politics, nothing they're doing. Look where we are right now. The country is just going to politics. There's no work that is being done. Everybody just talking about politics. Lecturers are on strike. What did it take so that they can just come to sit on table and agree? Parents are still paying for the household, for the students, from where they just do the operation from home to school. Their rental houses, they are paying rent. How come that all this 1 month that has gone for strike, no classes going, nothing, just at home doing nothing? And then you just tell me that now we just also sit there with just do nothing? I think we are tired of this government. I think we've seen the worst they can do for us. There's nothing. We have no trust at this government. And in conclusion, I think the part we take as a country depends on our collective action. We must come together as citizens, civil society, and institutions to restore the rule of law and strengthen our governance. Only then can we build a bright future for Kenya. One where justice prevails, accountability is the norm, and every citizen feels empowered to participate in the democratic process. So I think the task is left on our side. Let us join hands together. This is not the time maybe we should be blaming ourselves. Why are they doing this? No. In fact, we shouldn't be caring about these people. In fact, me, I'm very happy to see the way they are fighting. Let them fight, because once their fight will never assist us in anything. It will never bring food on our table. They're just fighting for their children. They're just fighting for their relatives, for their families. Even though we just come and say that our son of the mountain is being politically sidelined, just going on streets because of him. Look at the people who took credit on the Generation Z protest. Look at the people who are being appointed to government, who took credit of our efforts we did, waking up in the morning, not even taking anything, just going to sit so that we can defend our democracy, we can defend the rule of law, we can defend this country, the future of our children, our education. They don't even want us to be educated so that we can come to put them in account. How surely can you consolidate all the funds? How can you categorize students in different bands without having public participation? How can you put something in effect and then you come to seek public participation after something has been implemented? Really? I think we need to have a very lengthy conversation and very healthy. I bet we have the people we have in government are maybe they're having some mental problem. The things that even our president is speaking abroad and here in Kenya are very different things. Recently, he said that that Ford Foundation was the one that was funding the Generation Z. Today, now they're saying it is the deputy president who was funding the protest. When he was abroad at the US, he was saying, oh, the Ford Foundation is doing a good job in helping our country in terms of economic transformation. Now, like, where are we? What is this guy saying? And then we just put our trust on this guy. I think these are even people who don't know what they're doing. They're just wasting our resources, wasting our time. And this time will never come back. So I think, as I just finish from here, I think we should be very vigilant on ourselves. Let us stand very firm. Let us have that straightforwardness. Let us put our minds together. We have lawyers. We have doctors. We have economists from ourselves. We are learned. We can sit, we can put our minds together, and I'm pretty sure that we can take this country forward. It doesn't mean we don't need Ruto, we don't need Raila Odinga. Who are they? We don't need this big fish. We ourselves, we can be those big fish. We have the minds. We have the brains. We can reason. We can put a proper leadership, a leadership that is working for this country. We need to have managers. We are tired of these politicians. We need to have people who follow the rule of law. We need to have people who adhere to the rule of law. So we will keep on talking all these things.
I'm waiting for you to land.
Yes?
I'm waiting for you to land. I think I've given you enough time, so I'm waiting for your closing statement now.
Thank you. As I'm closing, let me just close, because I think we'll just keep on talking until tomorrow. As I close, I think my stressing point is that I think we should be conversant with our rule of law, because everything that happens in our country revolves around the rule of law. So if we have people who follow the rule of law, if we have our institutions being grounded on the rule of law, they do their job without being compromised, without being influenced politically, I think we could be in a very better position as a country. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys for being there this time, because we are here to shape up our country, and that is Kenya. And may God bless this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for that long remark. When you raise your hand, it's either a counter or it's a reply. I had seen KD hand is up, but Just hold kiasi. Just hold that thought. There is Isaac. I want to put it in this order. There is Isaac. There is Daniel, because there are people who have never even spoken here. So I would want to go for these new names that have never gotten a platform to speak. So somebody's mic is on. Don't know whose mic is that. Kindly mute. So I'll start with I'll go to Isaac. I'll start with Isaac, and then we go to Daniel in that order. So those are the speakers. But before the speakers, KD, in a half a minute, what I think it is a race.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Mine is just very simple. I think I'll play illegal co-host. I'm not doing this to belittle anyone or to attack anyone. Please, let us talk about how we'll move forward. Let's forget talking about these guys. At some point, we had a very, very good direction. But I understand everyone has emotions and you're bound to express yourself. But we can do this until God knows when. As we're speaking right now, they are also speaking. Just keep that in mind. Yesterday, we spoke about Gachagua. Today, we spoke about Kindiki. Tomorrow, we'll speak about what Ruto has said on CNN. The next day, something else will come up. So, usifikirie hasira itaisha. That's why I'm just clinging on this point of let's think of how can we move forward. How can you and I be the difference? How can we make this thing more in whatever? Like when Farah came and then Nonini, like we were talking about us, not they. And if you can keep on that track, Ras, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we'll actually have a very productive way to whatever. We know what all these guys have done, and it just doesn't serve any purpose speaking about them anymore because it's not going to put food on our table. Thanks.
Thank you, KD. And as KD has insisted on this, I know it is not a culture that we can pick it mara moja kwa sababu I also want KD to understand Kenyans wako bado wako na hasira, but unajua pia hii hasira tukikwama nayo sana itakuwa pia ni ngumu.
Wewe ile hasira niko naenda kuchapa, wewe unaongenda kuchapa, niko na hasira hata ujui unasema nini.
Nasema yani tuko na hasira ile design yenye hawa Kenya inafaa wa understand wako na ile hasira, lazima waanze na ka history waongee kuhusu wase kiasi, but as much as KD is trying to help us bring in some order and some moving forward, because right now we should be focusing on about us. Vile amesema sisi, like right now we are talking of how does Marvin Mabonga move to the ground with the entourage ya Morara wakifanya kitu inaitwa civil education. And we have said here, if one of us is going down, let us support. Please, wacha tumsaidie. Tusikue tumeongea kuhusu hizo challenges ziko down. Hapa sasa tukiwa naona tuko watu wangapi? We are almost 50 something, 60 something, Somebody can do. You can do your 100, you can do your 50 bob. It is just a one way of helping Mabonga and the team go to the ground. Remember, they are taking our message down to the ground. These are the things. It is time we owned this. We need to own the revolution. Kwa sababu tukiachilia wa own the revolution, you saw what happened, The moment we relent kidogo, wanapata space ya kuingia, wanaingia na wanachukua hiyo revolution. So you can imagine an incident. Do you think mtu kama Morara ati serikali imeshindwa kumuitia kazi? So let us avoid any gap, any opportunity we get in owning our movement, our revolution. Let us do it. If it is contribution and one of us amekuja hapa Mabonga amesema openly, mimi naenda down. Si ati na nini nimewambia, but naweza taka usaidizi ya 1, 2, 3. We are not saying that hii ndio tunatoa pana. Why with your 10 bob, 50? Those are the appeal. Menela, so that was on a lighter note. So support our brother. Secondly, KD amesema, and this one is insisting, we should tuache hii sasa kuna ka culture. Najua ni kagumu kukaacha, aka culture kuna wase wanakujaga pia na history. Mtu anakupigia story, ka history. Lakini ukitafuta huyu jamaa leta solution gani huko mbele haikukuepo. So let us be, now we are going. Like KD amesema, pia wale wanaongea. These politicians, they are not sleeping. As you are strategizing hapa hivi, they are strategizing. And somebody has said they are very good in strategizing the future. They see 2 years. Wakati sisi tunaona hapa sasa hivi Ruto ashajua miaka 2 atafanya nini. And talking of that, there is Ruto was sijui kama bado wako CNN. He has been talking, amesema anasema hizo vitu hakufanya. Uongo yake ya kawaida. Go to that CNN page. When you go to KOT, and this is something that we should be doing pamoja. Wakati tunasema tunaenda kwa page, go to KOT page. Kuna CNN live ameweka hapo hivyo Ruto akiongea. Go to the CNN page. Ambia watu wa CNN, huyu jamaa is not even speaking on our behalf. Actually he killed people. You have those photos za maandamano watu wamepigwa. Tag them there because he likes lying to the West how good he is so that he can be given those funds zenye wanakuja kutuibia huku. So hiyo ndio information. Those are the information because everything is about perception. If he creates a perception that he is a good man, you get an opportunity to create a perception. He is a murderer, he is a liar. Go and create it in those platforms. Sawa. Now, Declan, what do you want to tell us? Your hand is up.
Habari. Nasikika kweli? Oh, wonderful. That's great. It's been a long day. I've been listening. Nimefika kwa nyumba. You know, I wasn't going to say anything. Alafu nikasikia watu wa diaspora wameitwa, so I thought I'd say something. So mtanisamee, I'm very tired. So how do we move forward as a country? Naona mabonga yamekuwa kisema hapo kesho naenda kuinject na Morara. Watu wa diaspora bwana, tuma pesa bwana. Tuma pesa. Watu wa diaspora wako wangapi kwa hii space? Kama wewe ni diaspora kwa hii space, you can send a wave. Unaweza tuma emoji. Na pia tuma pesa bwana, tuma pesa. Send Marvin Mabonga money. There's not much you can do now, just send him money. Nilikuwa na transfer. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about. I'm actually so upset about that CNN interview. I've not listened to the whole of it, but I heard the part that some of it that was played in the space, and I heard the part specifically about the exchange rate. And I've just transferred the money now so that I can send, and the exchange rate was sky high. So I don't know what this guy was talking about. Anyway, what can we do to kind of change the direction that we're going? I think everybody is doing something. I like the idea of recalling the MPs, as simple as it sounds. You know, somebody talks about IEBC. The issue of IEBC is real. There's no recalling of MPs that will be done if there's no IEBC. So we need to look into the issue of getting IEBC back, however that may be, whether it's legally, whether it's through protest. It's definitely something that needs to be carrying a lot of weight. And we need to find a direction on how we want to get to that point. Because as we, you know, for anything to happen, for the government to do anything, the MPs are the checking balance. The MPs are the checking balance for the higher powers of government to do anything. So that's why the MPs are usually bribed, or they're usually intimidated, or they're usually told utapoteza kazi, or they're usually brought in on the deal if Ruto wants to push for something. So it's very important that we don't forget that we really need to call these guys back. And we need to replace them with ourselves. And we need to make sure that when we go in, we have majority inside the parliament. So every time whoever is in the seat wants to do something crazy, sisi tuko tu hapo, hapana, hiyo hawezi fanya, hiyo hatutaki. That's something that we definitely need to think about. Number 2 is definitely being unified. I think Farah and a few other people talked about people wanting to be the person who is always talking, ama yule mwenye anaongea sana. I've been pushing the narrative, and I think I'm going to keep saying it every time nikikuja hapa juu. Kenya doesn't need heroes at this point. We don't need heroes. We just need people to serve the movement. So come, serve the movement, and go home. There's no prize here other than the country that we will achieve once we've gotten to the place where we want to get to. So peleka heroism Bali, is it heroism? There you go. Peleka heroism Bali. We don't need that. We just need people who genuinely want to push this thing and be selfless. So the way you won't be a hero is be selfless. In all the actions that you take, just be selfless. We need to be selfless so that we're able to put ourselves, our best foot forward in the movement. TBD, put yourself in a difficult position, not too much of a difficult position, but if you can put yourself in a difficult position to serve this movement. Because, the funny thing about activism and nationalism and all this stuff to do with the country, sometimes the country that you're fighting for, you don't live to see it. I've been talking to some of the people, interacting with some of the veterans who are activists and nationalists and etc. since the days of 63. And these guys have still been fighting this war. Imagine since then, mpaka sahi. And they still haven't been able to realize the things that they were fighting for. Okay, we saw independence, we saw multi-party, so things have happened. But they still haven't seen the country that they dreamed of. And they're still here fighting the fight. So that's just a small encouragement. Usichoke. Believe me, nikisema usichoke, I'm also tired. But I think at this point, I think fighting for the country for me is like a default setting. Whether I want to do it or not, Nico too, I'm always wanting to be involved in the conversation of how we're going to do that and in the actions of how we're going to do that as well. So try and get yourself to that point. And if you're tired, ring a friend, call them, talk about it. And we're moving in a great direction as well. Nilisema hapa juzi. A long time ago, ukienda pahali uanze kuongelea politics, nobody wanted to listen to what you're saying. Now, if you talk about the direction of the country, you are, that conversation is respected. Watu waongeangi tu hohehahe. Of course, sometimes we're fighting amongst ourselves, but the good thing is everybody is fighting to be a part of the movement. So at least we're fighting to be in the right place. So let's just align ourselves to kiendelea mbele. I had something else I wanted to talk about. I don't remember what it is, honestly. I'm really tired. But mi nakwanga hapa kila siku, so nikikumbuka nitasema tu. Thanks to the hosts. KOT kesho, salimia my president. Me I've already said Morana is my president. Salimia yeye. Umwambie hata akikuwa hata na 10 minutes, hata nipigie kwa hata simu. I'd love to talk to him. Nataka tu kumsalimia, just make sure he's okay. I want to know the status of his car. He had a really nice car. It's a shame that it's been wrecked. I've actually had an accident in Kenya before, and I know how useless the police are, and I know how even more useless the insurance are. So obviously it's an insurance job, but just that process of getting insurance to pay for your car is a nightmare. So send my encouragement, send my love. Tell him ata akihitaji tulipe hiyo gari, will pay for it. Tell him apeleke Toyota Kenya tutumie bill. We'll pay. We have money. We'll pay. Anyway, hiyo ni side merch. Good night. Thank you guys.
Wait, before we went to Declan. Declan, have you ever tried comedy at some point? Unajua ni kama tuli-export talent huko nje.
You know what? I don't even think I'm that funny. I just talk about things that are around me. But yeah. That's it.
That was nice. It's always a pleasure. It is always wonderful to hear from you. Whenever people feel very down, you have a way of bringing them back to life and really encourage them. You're doing a great work. And thank you for being very wanasemaga aje wale wase wa kujitolea wanaitwa aje nisichome hapa wanaitwa wako nani
The
word is not. Is it philanthropic?
Exactly. Ikikuja nilikuwa nasema ikikuja pia mimi nitasema nitaileta baadaye nikikumbuka. But thank you for being very giving, and thank you for supporting guys here back at home. And my appeal to the diaspora family, it's not easy here back at home. People risk a lot. Some of us risk. We really risk. This administration ukiwa nyumbani, man, it's risking. At least nyinyi mkiwa huko nje, unajua wakijaribu kukutumia hawa Subaru boys, ni Subaru boys wawezi tumwa huko. Sasa wanatumiogo huku chini. Unaona? Wakina KOT na sisi hapa ndio tunaweza kuwa likely the first victims. But we are praying that God will always protect us as we fight for the country. And everybody who is supporting Mabonga and Morara to go to the ground, thank you so much. Gladly do that, knowing very well that you are doing it for a very good cause. It's not a lost cause. And these are individuals whom also pray for them. Kuna watu huanza, na the most important thing ni how kumaliza. Unaelewa? Tuombea kila mtu ama aanze vizuri na amalize vizuri, kwa sababu kuna vitu mingi zina happen hapa katikati, na hizo vitu zote zimeongelewa, kina KD wameongelea. There are people doing it for other things, so let us pray that we stick together. Kuna Kenyans wenye wanaamkaga tu waangalie KOT amemuencourage aje, mwingine anaangalia tu aone Vampire Diaries, Morara amesema nini. That is what motivates him. I'm very sure kuna wengi wenye wako diaspora, mimi nakwambia, yani wanaangalia ni nini ina happen home. I can imagine that yearning. There are so many people in the diaspora, they are yearning for that change. Leave alone hapa Ruto akirudi. Sijui kama you saw a clip Ruto anatembea New York. Na you saw the daughter, they are very good in PR. Wanataka kujifanya why is it so safe for them to tembea kwa miguu huko, but wakirudi huku nyumbani wanataka kutuonesha wanaweza tembea na magazla. They are very comfortable. It sends you one message. They know very well back at home they steal from those people. Wanaibia wananchi na wanafanya everything that is evil. Sasa you are a threat. So huku nyumbani anaweza tembea tu na polisi na a lot of security. Lakini sasa kule anajifanya, akifika kule anakuwa ni beggar. Juu ameendea mkopo yako, anajifanya yeye ni mse anaweza tembea hata kwa street. Ni mse tu wa kawaida, ni mse wa kawaida tu. It is a perception ame create. So I think mimi na wewe na everybody bwenye yako hapa, we are past that nonsense, yeah? Tumeshaona, and this is the gospel we are sending back to our people huko chini, waelewe so that they can understand these people better. Now, back to the speaker panel. Declan has done it. So, Daniel, what do you have for us? And we have said, let us focus. Tumesema change conversation, tuna focus na solutions. We are shifting the conversation. Let us reduce kidogo kuongea kuhusu watu walifanya history, tuachie naye huko. Wacha tuongee sasa tunataka kufanya nini. Daniel, go.
Okay, I'm going to speak solution. Yeah, you can hear me, huh? Okay.
Yes,
so,
go.
I'm going to speak solution based. Yeah, I'm going to speak solution based, but also it's going to veer off kiasi. But I swear.
I think we lost him.
Daniel, are you okay? Maybe as Daniel rectified the mic.
You can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just go on, talk. Yeah, we can hear you. Just talk.
Okay. Okay, good. I was saying, I'm going to speak solution based, but I might be off just for a minute. To what is happening with Morara. Number one, it's natural. It's expected. Actually, I was expecting it to be worse than this. I expected it to have an initial bubble, then it deflates kiasi, and then you actually settle on the runway vizuri. That was expected. But we also need to understand something solution based. Number one, I highly doubt Ruto is threatened by anything we do. Number two, Ruto is 100% international PR, because that is the only thing that can actually hurt him in actual sense. The population, he has the military, he has the police, he can suppress us. That is known for a fact. But when it comes to the international community, he cannot withstand the pressure of that, because he's almost a servant to them. They're the ones who, like, you remember when we were rioting here and he was killing people. The Times, the New York, is it the New York Times? They had to put a picture of him as Man of the Year or something. It's because this guy is 100% international PR, and you need to understand that. He is not ruling Kenya for us. He is ruling Kenya for himself, his political class, and the international community, because those are the people who essentially put him where he is. If those people had brought problems, they would have supported somebody else. And everybody who was there during the election knows the Americans wanted this guy. So when immediately he became president, that is why all of them, like, he held the entire US Congress was here in Kenya. Where else? Which other president in the history of Kenya has ever hosted the US Congress? Never. So you need to understand two things. All Ruto is doing is legitimizing himself to them. Because if he is not legitimate, they would have questions to answer if they have to back a non-legitimate African president. So they needed one that is a bit sanitized so that they can push their agenda to Africa. And Ruto was the perfect candidate. Have you ever seen an African president in the EU Parliament talking? Like, have you ever seen that? You need to ask yourself, why was this guy invited to speak in that parliament? This guy is not ruling this country for us. And this guy could not give less of a fuck about us. So we need to understand, if we are the only ones who are fighting for ourselves. Number one, I usually even said during the protest, Ruto is not acting like a president who expects to go for election. He's ruling as a president who already knows he has won the next election. Like, he already knows. So this is just a technicality. He doesn't seem to care about what it is, about the people who will vote. He doesn't care, because somewhere in his bag of tricks he knows, when this time gets, I only need a significant mass of people voting for me. The rest will do it Moi's way. Like, I was in a group, I was in a space, is it yesterday? And they had all these famous lawyers, like the ones who are debating the constitutional amendment in Uhuru's. I saw him on TV a lot, and he was saying that everybody knew that once Ruto becomes president, he would not let that seat go without a fight. So not only is a one-term president a problem, a two-term president is still not enough for Ruto. According to how people who know him, even a two-term president might not be enough. So we need to know this is the weakest. His first term is his weakest term. If he gets another one, this guy is here to stay. Like, this guy could not give less of a fuck. Because to Uhuru, he didn't care. He just wanted to keep himself out of ICC, apate pesa, he rules the country, he leaves. But to Ruto, power is everything. And do you foresee the personality of Ruto at he is standing and accepting elections have been lost? Do you seriously think this guy will, the guy who we saw after the protest, that he will come and stand in front of us and be like, the elections have been lost? I concede. Buddha boss, this is war banner. So we need to know, number one, if you have an ID, I do not care. Make sure you have it. By the time IEBC is getting reconstituted, which I highly doubt it is going to be done this year, it is going to be done when the temperatures are cool, and it is going to be done when they can control it. Unless the lawyer people, the legal guys, push them to actually reconstitute it. Because if they reconstitute it now, they have, I think, the number was being put at around 12 million new voters who are very, very focused. The ones who didn't vote and the ones who will get new votes again. You're going to have a collective number of 12 million people that you have to convince why they should vote for you. Otherwise, you have to steal a whole lot of votes for you to win. I'm done.
So,
Tori, go ahead. I was just like I was telling the co-host he might have skipped me.
okay, thank you so much, Daniel. We really appreciate your contribution. It's really appreciated. So, I hope you can hear me very well. And let me give it to Fabish, then Isaac, please. Fabish, please go ahead.
Yeah, asante sana. The host, KOT, Toria, Rasji, wala ambao muko katika speakers na wala ambao muko katika listeners na wote ambao tuko hapa katika kuchangia na kuangalia tutapeleka vipi mambo ya taifa letu. Mimi hata leo nilikuwa nimesema nitapumzika, sita labda kuja kuchangia. Lakini niliposikia kwamba wakati sisi tunafikiri tunapumzika, wakati sisi tunafikiria tuko half time, kumbe jamaa ameitisha mechi. Amerudi tena kutuita criminals na gangs. And that is why katika every space nimekuwa nimerudia mara nyingi hapa kusema nataka kila wakati tukumbushane kwamba Kenya iko kwa vita. The country is at war. We are at war with the regime that is our enemy. And when we talk that we are at war, it is not just rhetoric. It is the reality. It is not a political statement. We are literally at war. Ikiwa mtu ameenda baka kwa international space na kusema kwamba criminals walienda parliament, that is how is going, to profile us as criminals. Genesis ya war huwa inaanza kwanza with propaganda. That is why propaganda is part of war. And now the guy has taken us into the international space to propagate. When you want to kill, when a hyena want to eat its own children, it accuses them of smelling like a goat. I don't know, tunahitaji kuambiwa nini ndio tuelewe. We are at war ikiwa tunapigwa na marisasi. Gun and a bullet is meant for enemy. So we are enemy of this state and the state is our enemy. Kwa hivyo, ile kitu ambayo mimi nasema ni kuwa we need to change our tactics and align ourselves with the war. Mambo ya bendera na mambo na maji. In as much as na support sana kina KOT kina Morara kwa civic education, lakini tuko na kazi kubwa ambayo bado sisi pia tunahitaji kufanya. Tusione kwamba tumemaliza. Tusitoke katika politics ya personalities. Tusianze kusema sijui ati Morara is our president. We not yet reach there. Tujefika huko. Tusirudi kula ambao mahali tulikweko. Tujefika kabisa huko. Nobody is our president. Morara is our brother, is a revolutionist kama sisi wote ambao tunapigania. Please let us desist from personalities. Because personalities, it will make us relent, it will make us divert our attention. Now we need to strategize fast, because you cannot fight when you cannot secure yourself. I repeat, I say we are at war. Number one is to know how we are going to put your safety first and the safety of others in our society. It is high time now that we need to protect ourselves. It is not a crime. It is not that it is unconstitutional to protect yourself against the invader, against someone who wants to kill you. It is not a crime. Tukiongea hapa, it is not incitement to tell someone to protect himself from the harm. I repeat that it is not a crime to protect yourself. We should be talking now on how we are going to empower youth. We are going to have vigilante groups in our estate, in our cities, in our villages. Kwanza.
that we are going to protect ourselves, kwamba mtu kesho hakuna mtu atakuja kukidnapiwa na kwenda kuuawa kutupa kwa mto. Anyone that want to kidnap someone, ulisikia kama ule jamaa bila alikidnapiwa wakaanza kusema sijui is a criminal, dangerous criminal, akona weapon. Don't allow anyone to be brandished criminal in front of you ati ndio sababu ya kukua kidnapped. So we need kwanza tuanze ku-strategize. Wale watu ambao walipigania multi-party, that is where kulikuwa na vigilante groups, and those vigilante groups, they did a lot of work that time against wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa special branch, to protect themselves against Moi. Ndio sababu ulikuwa unasikia kulikuwa na jeshi la mzee ya kina Fred Gumo, kulikuwa na Mungiki, kulikuwa na Chinkororo kule, kulikuwa na nani, kulikuwa na Kabombo kule chini. Though yes, Moi alijaribu kumanipulate and all that, lakini at least they played a very big role. Mungiki, they did a very big work. Forget kwamba Michuki alikuja akawapaint in a bad picture. Wali protect the society. We need to start protecting first ourselves and even protect these people ambao tunaweka katika front. Leo ile kitu Ruto ameongea imecoincide na vile kitu mambo Kindiki ameongea. Sisi tunafikiria kwamba tunaendelea na mambo mengine, lakini wao bado wanarudi kule kwa maandamano. Kindiki anasema you will see a lot of prosecution. When he told that you will see a lot of high profile prosecution, what of the low hanging fruits? That means in another language you will see a lot of abductions. We cannot be sitting and waiting to be abducted kupelekwa kichinjoni kama kondoo. Kwa hivyo mambo ya civic education haitoshi peke yake. Alafu tukiongea mambo ya civic education ni kuwa I think there is a lot that we need to do more than civic education peke yake. Tukiongea mambo ya election 2027, I want to tell you kwamba Ruto as he stands now, Mungu atupatie nguvu, Mungu atupatie uhai wote tukuje 2027. Kama hatutaelewana saizi, ati tungoje tukae tukifikiria ati 2027 tutamuondoa Ruto kwa ballot na aenda andike ati conceding defeat. Yeah, and ati Ruto aenda andike conceding defeat. We are doomed. Ruto can never be defeated in a ballot. Someone, a tyrant that does not even respect constitution, someone that is in power, then you think that you are going to defeat him in the ballot? There is no way. Me, I will drop a very controversial statement here. If we are not going to remove Ruto on the streets, on the revolution, forget anything about election. We should even boycott the election. And when I talk of boycotting election, what Anambia 2017, Raila ali boycott, what happened? It is different. 2017, Raila ali boycott a rerun of the president. A rerun of the president, parliament was already in place. But when he say we are boycotting, the one vigilant groups tunahakikisha kwamba there will be no registration of voters in every corner of our country. Wale ambao watu kuna voters card, we make sure that we destroy all of them. Tunasema kwamba we are not going to participate in election with William Ruto. Then ile social contract yake na sisi ikiisha, then now we can call now for election ile ambayo tunajifanyia sisi wa Kenya. Lakini sikudanganye, I know watu wengi watakuwa na mixed reaction, watu wengi watasema nini, but Ruto kusema kwenda naye ni kama Museveni, ni kama Kagame. There is no way. If hatuwezi kumuondoa kwa streets, if hatuwezi ku-imply mechanism ya kumuondoa, the only two ways option inaweza kuondoa Ruto, the Burkina Faso way, the military way, or the Omar al-Bashir way. That is the only option that we have. Iki tusichukue lightly. It is not that we just come here and joke and say kwamba sasa Morara ameenda na kila keuti, now we are okay, now hivyo ndo tutaondoa Ruto. There is no way. Ruto kuzunguka kwa juu ya magari, Morara na keuti wanafanya, yani ni kitu kidogo sana. Ruto ni master plan wa kuzunguka na kufanya na kubrainwash watu juu ya magari na maprojects zenye haziko. So it is not easy. Wacha nimalizie hapo.
Thank you so much. I know ningekosa kukukata, wewe unaweza ongea hadi kesho. You are capable of talking 24 hours mfululizo.
Toria,
So,
if I may, very, very quickly before you go to the next speaker. I know I've already spoken, but I've remembered something really important. That's the thing that I wanted to say. That was probably the most important thing. So when people are going to retweet the CNN story for Ruto, it's very important because his image on the international platform is something that we can hit. It's actually a target that we can actually hit, and we can hit it very easily online. And the important thing I wanted to say is underneath, when you're going for that tweet, don't go and retweet KOT's tweet. Go to the page where the tweet came from. It came from that lady's page. Her name is Christine Amanpo. So if you go to her page, you retweet it from there and you give your comments on her page. Now, CNN is a very highly respected news station. So when something is said like this, people go and the right people go and look, the people who we are targeting to ruin Ruto's image. Underneath the post, there's community notes. Now, community notes is something that's been launched by Twitter that gives credibility to a tweet. So people just don't run away and tweet things and give allegations. So there's people who have already contributed to the community notes. You can also register to be somebody who gives community notes. And basically what you do is you give a context of what is happening inside the alleged post, which is obviously what Ruto is talking about to that lady, and you give a source to support. So you're told to give you give a news link to maybe a previous story from CNN, or maybe a picture, or maybe like Al Jazeera has been running really good stories about Mandamano. So if you want your sources, you can source from there as well. Now the community notes is what will give credibility to when Kenyans are there in the comments saying, oh, this guy is lying, then the community notes will be there with supporting articles, news reports, pictures, videos, all those things in the community notes of that post. If you can't contribute as a community notes person, then you can support the notes that are already there. So the ones that support us, support those notes, you just click by support, saying yes, this note is credible, and then it won't be just oh hey Kenyans are saying and Ruto is saying. Then it will be there's actually proof. So yeah, that's the important thing I wanted to say, Muneza and Alea. Thank you so much.
Declan,
thank you so
Declan, can you, somebody is on my inbox and I say, can you share, do it on your timeline so that people can pick up that page or that individual handle so that it can be easy. There are people requesting that. They can go about it. So kindly, Declan, if you can do that on your timeline so that others can pick it from there. I think it will be very easy because I'm seeing an inbox people asking how do they do that, kwa sababu watu wengi wamefanya through mabongas, unaelewa? So from your explanation it seems haijafikia wale, unaona? So like Declan has explained, watu waende kwa timeline ya CNN. No. So the problem with also social media, utapata kuna fake pages za CNN, nini. So always pick the right one. But I was suggesting if Declan, you can do it on your timeline so that people can pick it up from there. I think it would be easy. Victoria.
So I've sent her post to the Jumbotron. I don't know if you can see it. So the post, that is the page that you need to attack from there. So that lady is the lady who did the interview. So people follow CNN and people follow the anchors, because the anchors or some anchors are known as credible and some anchors are known as propaganda. So this lady has obviously given this story. So she's posted it on her page and she hasn't said anything malicious. She just said, this is what happened. This is what Ruto has said. What do you guys think? So yeah, please give your comments there. Iko pale kwa Jumbotron. You can share from and retweet from and comment from her page. Asante.
Thank you so much. You've all heard what you're gonna do. Declan has explained it in details and also put the feature on the Jumbotron. So Isaac, hi.
Kwa itifaki ya kikao hiki kufuatilia mfuatano wa wenyeji KOT Toria na wale ambao wameweza kuhudhuria kikao hiki na wasalimu hamjambo. One thing that I want to say is first of all to recognize that may the blood of Rex, the blood of Mosando, the blood of Gitonga, the blood of David Chege, Bisley Kogi, Emmanuel Joshua Ombati, Brian Kasaine, Brayo Valentine, Erickson Chalo, Odhiambo Maina, Kevin Madanga, Mbithi, Elias Scott, Clinton Mwakavali, Kevin Mawasi, Wilson Sitati, and all those who died fighting for the spirit, the reason why we're here discussing this. May it haunt these people. May they be confused completely. May they fight each other. May they never know peace. May the money they are trying to stuff abroad, may it disappear completely because they think they've won. The spirit of these people lives on. And I want to say again, it lives on. Number one thing I want to say, and I really like the topic of today, and I was even in the session of KOT with Citizen Radio. I think it was Citizen Radio and Citizen News online, and I really liked the discussion that was going on. One thing that I want to say is, as much as we are raising our voices right now, this is something that should never stop. Because one of the questions and I think it's KOT was asked, is this fight going to dwindle? Because Kenyans are very good at forgetting. Today we are talking about this, and then after 2 years from now, something new will just come up. Maybe people will be taking Bandari and Mombasa, and then our focus will go to Mombasa and we forget that we had a fight to move on. So I would like us to keep these spaces alive, because this is a platform where we voice our anger, where we voice our dissatisfaction and so forth. One of the things that I know, and I totally agree with what Fabish was saying, we should not be distracted, because the moment we start saying, oh, so and so for president, oh my God, we are starting to lose it. We are starting to lose it, because that's not the fight right now. One thing that I want to tell you, in war, actually the art of war, the biggest victory is actually knowing the strategy of the enemy. Once you know the strategy of the enemy, you know how you're going to attack. You know where you're going to start to attack. So it's not just about seeing the enemy. And I want to agree with one of the previous speakers who said, Ruto is very, very smart. This guy is smarter than even Uhuru Kenyatta. This guy is very, very smart, and you cannot outwit him. Saizi, you're talking about 2027. This guy has already strategized the 2027. He knows even who might be the commissioner. He already have all the commissioners. He's maybe putting everything in place because he knows there's nothing we can do. So we need to know the enemy and the strategies of the enemy so that we can actually outwit him. And one of the things that I just want to tell people is that let them be confused. Let them keep on getting confused, because their secrets will eventually come out. So we should not even waste time trying to focus on the impeachment things, trying to let us ignore them. In fact, the moment we ignore them, they know that we Kenyans know what we want. We know our fight. We know what is actually ailing us. And one of the things that politicians use is propaganda, ethnic profiling, name calling, and I was surprised even when Gachagua was saying, oh, I was fighting my brother Uhuru Kenyatta. Little did I know Kenyatta was a good person. He can't really tell us he knew Kenyatta was a good person, and he's the one who sent people in his farm to kill goats and to cut trees down. He can't say like he forgot that yesterday. No. Politicians are very selfish guys. Very, very selfish guys. They know, they strategize even before the elections. They know that mimi nitakata mguu, wewe utakata shingo, wewe utachukua damu, mimi nitachukua matumbo. It's like they know. And Kenyans, we are the animal they're actually slaughtering. When you look at the system, you can see even Ndindi Nyoro, who has actually capitalized on Kenya Power. People are crying about, the dishonest services of Kenya Power, and he's quiet. He's the one. This is the guy who has actually the largest shares in Kenya Power. Lakini akikuja kwa microphone anasema Kenya is our business, and so forth, the usual rhetoric. We are not going to be deceived by these people because they're the ones who are eating us alive. Say that again.
Try landing.
Okay. I'll try to finalize. So one of the things that I want to say is that as much as we're having this conversation, and I like what people are going out, civic education is very, very important, because this is something that even the Raila administration tried, but they never really, focused on going down, because for them, they were doing civic education because they wanted to win elections. But we as the young people, we do not have tribe, and we do not align ourselves to political divisions. We are Kenyans, and our focus is when we are going to these villages and trying to share, we have a common goal, whether it's Mombasa, whether it's Western, whether it's Nyanza, everywhere. Right? So the last thing, I think someone also mentioned this, reconstituting some of our systems. When you talk about the IEBC, this is one area we need really also just to have a session, talking about IEBC, because if we do not reconstitute this IEBC, this is where we are going to lose it, because we need people of integrity. We need to have a system that cannot be hacked. And when I say not be hacked, is we have to be vigilant, even when during the voter registration, during the actual elections. These are the things we need to focus on. And right now, one thing that maybe people don't know is Okay, I'm landing. The voter registration. So when you're talking about registration and IDs, you realize that now even getting IDs is becoming really hard. This is the game these people are trying to say. So I had a lot to say, but I think for the sake of others who need to contribute, I will land there. And if I get another session, I will complete what I had to say. Thank you very much. And let's keep the conversation going.
Thank you for your contribution. Much has been said. I'm not going to add anything on that. So guys, it's 3 minutes past 2 a.m. Welcome to Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by Marvin Mabonga, co-hosted by Toria and Rasji, and where we give citizens of Kenya mic to share their ideas. How do we move forward as a country? Let's stick to the topic of today, and we have a data support number there, where else today it's not working as a data support number, but it's supporting our guys, Akina Keyoti Sonko, Bukra, Kesho, yeah. Tomorrow they'll be on the ground with Kina Morara, injecting in Rift Valley region. So kindly you your small token or your token will be highly appreciated and it will represent very well. Itasaidia sana. You saw what happened last time and they were fixed in a very difficult situation. So guys, as much as we're talking here, we have to remember that there are watu wako kwa ground wana to represent. So let's give them our support. Hapo hivyo kuna hiyo number, tutume kakitu, let's support them. Let's keep the conversation going and kindly take the shortest time. I think he's supposed to sleep, if I'm not wrong, because he'll be traveling very early in the morning. Anaenda huko Rift Valley, bonde la ufa, na kumetengwa. Nyinyi endeni mkatengue kwenye kulitengwa, kukue ziwa tulishe samaki. Anyway, moving on swiftly. The election, are you there?
Yes, I'm here loud and clear.
Yeah. Go ahead, please, and try to use the shortest time as possible.
Thank you. I'll try my best. So, I'm back with the edge of darkness, and this is it. Kenya ni yetu sote, na ni home kwetu sote. Many at times tumekuwa patriots kwa hii inchi, yet sisi ndio tunalala 6 inches down to the ground without a pinch. Many wamerest. Protests na demonstrations may happen for the past 10 years, but truth be told, all hope seems lost to the rest. But no, chillax. There's no end to sarcasm and hypocrisy, but hunger for the greater good ndio imefanya turudi kwa streets. We all have mouths to feed, tuna sweat, we toil ndio tuweze kuleta food kejani. Struggles zimekuwa real, but bado hatuoni tunapoenda, though tungependa kuleta change, juu sisi ndio change makers. They have downgraded us, brought the war right at our doorsteps, but at night sisi tunamuita God, wao wakiloot ndio mchana waitwe night. Ceremonies zime happen all over. Wananchi tumetupishwa mbao na wanasiasa, ilhali siasa zao zimekuwa za uongo na propaganda. Wanasema parapanda zitalia siku ya mwisho, but natumai that's our prayer as Kenyans, because already tushachoka na hii govern as well was our theme wakati tulikuwa kwa debe. Hence politicians walitupaka mafuta na 50 shilling notes times a campaigns, not knowing 50 bob is worthless. Hata sumu imepanda bei, uchumi imekuwa mbaya, and that's why magicians are playing our minds. Posters all over ati daktari wa kiasili kutoka Asia, no jobs for everyone, and anyone is facing the what the optician couldn't see, though mathematicians wali predict. Kila mara na kila kona askari wameterrorize in the name of keeping law and order. How I wish kwa restaurant wangetupea orders za peace, cause orders za laws zilichukuliwa na judiciary, only citizens to suffer. Tushakuwa masafara in the Sahara without boots to enhance our safety. Enmity hasn't rooted itself into our hearts, hence fighting against ourselves has been a priority. Everyone's validity must be prioritized, because we both know the enemy who is touring every country whereby his countrymen are crying. Askari wako na serikali, ilhali serikali imewaficha in the name of protecting wananchi, ambapo sio sisi citizens ndio tunaumia, na media houses kama Citizen na Kameme hawawezi tangaza hayo until tufike hapo kwa breaking news, though yanayojiri imefumaniwa na wanasiasa na yaliomo ikawa mitaani, wananchi wako mataani. Aipoa imelala darasani, in fact majiadasani ndio tulitumia kama dawa. There's a protest which brought togetherness. This has reminded me that we suffer as citizens in this regime that's trying to choke us to death. Manze, ni sisi kwa sisi. Sisi kwa sisi has been our pillar for the betterment of our country. Sisi kwa sisi ndio imetu bring together place tumetoka. We ain't gonna go back to what our forefathers did back in the days. Once again, we stand for our neighbors, mama mboga, mtu wa boda, children, our mothers, fathers and sisters. Gava imejaribu sana with the consistency of crime rate, death rate and corruption. Zimekuwa hidden, but hata Adam and Eve walitry to hide, but we know what happened. Constituencies zimekuwa mob, hence funds cannot be well managed.
but taxes zinatolewa kila asubuhi. Treasury imekuwa a bargaining power while the state house is the controlling room. Civic education imekuwa rampant in the country, and this is a call to everyone not selected people. Though elected people are trying to wipe us from the face of the truth. Ukitembea kwa streets unaitwa hustler, ukiomba msaada unaitwa bega, but wanasiasa wanasema bega kwa bega, yet technician wanajali hali yao ya chuma na spana. Politicians have led us into impunity, and if heaven was to open today, hakuna mwanasiasa anaitwa purity ama mercy ataona ufalme. We are absorbed by their scrutiny, which has brought unity as we are serving one cause. Calamity ni mob, ndio maana short courses zimekuwa useless to a common mwananchi without courses. Moses alikuwa stamara kwa Bible, though hakuwa igamble na law. Moses hakuwa serikali, anajali venye atapata mali with a law head, no intelligence and a backing of Central Intelligence of Police wa Kenya. Stick to the motion, and our notion must bring all our cries together. But nadhani lotion itatumika time injection na si fiction, because the political class are bulldozing who's greater than the other. This is our vision. Na mission yetu ni good governance. Na msisahau our maintenance of the mission brought a provision of sisi kwa sisi. Kenya for one and one for Kenya for all. Thank you guys. That was it.
Wow. Thank you so much. That's the power of art. We really appreciate art. It's one way which is helping us pass or educate or inject civic education in people. Art imekuwa ikiplay a great role in this movement, if I'm not wrong. That's, yeah. Though, shukran sana, bro. Nice. That was really fantastic. Apapa, your hand has been up.
Thank you, Tora. Please confirm that I'm audible.
You're very much audible, clear.
Thank you. First, I would love to congratulate ourselves, those of us in the East African time zone who are awake at this time of the day, and everyone else, wherever they are. I would also like to congratulate the guys on the ground, the KOT and the team, not forgetting the battalions on the X, the likes of Willie Oeba. Guys, it's not easy. They're giving their best, and we really need to applaud them. Second, I would like to mention that sometimes I feel that we are easily distracted, just like it has been mentioned by the previous speakers. We are easily distracted. For example, juzi baada ya interview ya Rigiji, the following early morning, I wake up and going to the space, to X, I found there is already a space with the title about Rigiji. I was wondering, what does it have to do with our movement? I felt so bad because we're wasting much time talking about things that don't really help us in our struggle. May we please maintain our focus? We already know what we want. We know what we don't want. People like Itumbi, when they are talking about KOT, when they are talking about Morara, when they are talking about Boniface Mwangi, they're not discussing them. They're talking about them because they have seen them as a problem. And so when Itumbi gathers his squad, they're only talking about how to end what Kina KOT are doing or what the rest of us are doing. That is why even Juzi, akaita watu Bomas, he was able to buy most of our comrades with only 1,000 shillings. Na flood Bomas in a uniform. On that very note, I want to say this. Guys, if we can be able to dissuade our parents, our friends, our relatives, just not to take politicians' money, so that we don't become sympathizers. so that we don't become their followers in their rallies. I think that will also help us. Wakati tunajiambia kwamba yeah, we can take their money but we shall not vote for them, to me it really doesn't make sense, because at some point we just feel entitled, we feel sympathy for those guys. Mwisho wa siku tutasema okay, heri huyu jamaa hata nilikula 500 yake, nilikula 100 yake, huyo mwingine sijakula kitu yake, so how am I sure kwamba akiwa pale juu atanifanyia kitu mzuri? Those are the conversations that even our parents are having, and that is why what leads us to make these wrong decisions repeatedly and repeatedly. For me, I'm of the opinion that we just avoid those guys. If it's avoiding their rallies, we avoid them. If it is avoiding their money, we avoid it. For example, if tomorrow Ruto is coming to Kasarani na anasema kwamba kama unataka kuingia atakupa 1,000, and then all of us refuse to go and get that 1,000 shillings, what will happen? He will feel ashamed. Next time, he'll probably think of another strategy. But hiyo atajua kwamba no, hawa jamani wagumu, I want to buy them. So please, can we just encourage our peers to avoid that? On the last note, please let's organize our spaces in such a way that wakati tunaanza, let us just have an objective that by the end of this talk, maybe you want to plan something. For example, right now, it's good that KOT yuko kwa ground. So maybe tomorrow evening when he is having this space, atuambia, okay, this is what we encountered. This is how we had some of these things which you are hearing here. He also discusses them with the team kina Morara. Then we also tomorrow get the feedback. Now atuambia, okay, now on the next move, this is what we are planning. Can you please help us with the ideas on how to go about it? Ili, by the end of every discussion, we have an agenda of what we want to do tomorrow and the days after. Isiwe tu kwamba tunazungumza, wale wanatukosoa wanakosoa, wale wanatoa ideas wanatoa, wale wanalament, but at the end of the discussion, no point taken. Like nothing just being suggested on the way forward. Tunabaki hapo, we wait for tomorrow to begin another discussion. It won't really help us much. Even if it means maybe just taking maybe 2 or 3 hours to have a sober discussion, tuangalie, okay, what do you want to achieve tomorrow? How do we do it? Wale ambao tuko mashinani, mimi niseme, okay, niko Kitale, this is what I'm doing. Guys, maybe I need support in this way. Mtu wako na Nakuru
Papa, I think I lost you. I don't know if it's on my side. Ras.
Yes. And vile Papa amekawia hapa akingojea mic na I don't know what has happened to his mic.
Sorry guys.
Oh, nice. Go on.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're just winding up. So guys, I feel encouraged and I just want to wish that let's do our best because we know what we want. Thank you guys and have a lovely night, have a lovely morning, lovely evening. Thank you, KOT, Toria, and Ras G for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much. Papa, are you from Kitale? I'm sorry to ask that, but...
No, I'm not from Kitale. I stay in Bungoma, but my county is Kakamega.
Oh, nice. Thanks. So I'll give it to KSK, then Ras G will pick it from there as we are winding up so that we can give our guy ample time at take a nap. Alafu guys, please let's support Mabonga here. Pesa ya fuel kidogo hivi, pesa ya maji kidogo hivi. He's doing a nice and a great job on the ground. If there is one person I really admire in these platforms is KOT, honestly, because manze huyu boy amejituma tu sana and he stands for justice, for accountability. He's one of the people mwenye ajai think of betraying the movement. Literally, if you can check, most of the people who were there in the beginning were relent. But despite people losing hope, the guy has been so persistent in giving people hope. KOT kudos. Bro, you are doing a nice job. KSK, please go ahead.
Hello everyone. I hope everyone is okay. I have a question. What are the counties bordering Isiolo County? There are about 7, 8. Do you know them offhand? If you do, congratulations. If you do not, you are amongst the 95% of Kenyans who do not know the counties that are within Kenya and what we have. If we don't know what we do have, how then are we going to ask for what we ought to have? So I asked this question amongst 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds, and I didn't get sufficient answers. And I thought because these guys were Lisoma British Protectorate and the 8 provinces, the 47 counties being as recent as 2010, probably Ioni wow. And then I came to campus students and I asked students from choir and multimedia and COPA about counties that neighbor each other. And surprisingly enough, out of the 30 students I asked, all the 30 did not know. So it begs the question, what then is it really that we are fighting for, and in what direction is civic education supposed to be headed? So with this in mind, I want to make a big giant puzzle for us students to piece the map of Kenya together. That way, we'll have national cohesion and integration in the sense that a student who comes from Mombasa or the coast region who's never been to the western side of the country will now know where Bungoma, Kitale, Uasin Gishu, Kisumu, West Pokot is. And students who've never been to this other side of the country will also get to know what this other side of the country is about. Because as of now, we really don't care about each other, and that's because we don't have even the slightest idea where these neighbors of ours, who are our fellow Kenyans, live. So yes, that is that. And I'm looking for encouragement and support and mentorship. Yes, for anybody who would be willing, and some nice words as well. Thanks.
Oh wow, welcome. That takes me back to my geography classes back then when I was a Gen Z like you guys. Oh my God. We need to piece the country or the pieces of our country together. You've stated it well. And most of the people, okay, most of us, we don't know these things. Let me use that term because I'm also a Kenyan. And we ought to know so that we can know how we're going to operate our country or make it work. I don't know, yeah. So, shukran kwa hiyo. And always, you said you're looking for motivation, if I heard you correct.
Yes, they're most welcome.
Okay, nice. Okay, nice.
Toria, what KSK is trying to say, in his part, on her part, doing civil education, amejitolea sekta ya people must know their country, because kuna watu hawajui. There are people in the coast, when you ask them where is Kisumu, they are not able to know. To them, Kisumu ni ile yenye walisoma kwa geography. Unaelewa? People don't know. Like she came here and asked you, how many, are you aware Isiolo is bordered by how many counties? I cannot pretend that I know. I don't. No. So on her end, she has decided to educate, to do civil education about kwa sababu tuko tu in a country Kenya, but most of us hatujui hizi towns ziko wapi. Naona. And that's why sometimes tunasema whenever we can always capitalize on what's going on right now. Wale wenye wanafeel wanaweza join wakina nani, because also it gives you an opportunity to know, naelewa, your country better. Yeah, these politicians know everywhere, kwa sababu ikifika in the election, especially when they are campaigning for their presidential candidate, they will move. Wata move from east to west, watazunguka Kenya mzima. And that's where when they come back, wakati wametumia their resources I mean the money they have stolen from you. Wakati wamezunguka na hiyo pesa, now when they get into office, it is the same energy they use to collect back the money. That's wanakulaga wanaiba na hiyo asira. So it's good. Nice work, KSK. You're doing a wonderful job. Just incorporate also some civic education in also knowing, letting people know on matters of governance and accountability. Currently, we are having an administration that those two things don't make sense to them at all. So, if your generation and the generation to come can know these things, then we can have a very wonderful country ahead. Now, we are almost winding up the space to give KOT Sonko some time to rest, so that tukuwe na nguvu ya kuinject vizuri uko nje. I saw somebody's timeline, and it's also be the change you want, yeah? Be the change. Wewe anza na wewe kuwa na ile change. And I'm glad, the diaspora people, they're doing well. It is always good to look forward to return home to a better country, to a good country. Country imetulia, country yenye unakuja unapata iko organized, haina story mob. But right now we are having a very disorganized country. We are having a president who has just lied to the CNN right now. And we are asking people to go to the CNN website. Go to Declan alikuwa hapo. Enda hapo hivyo. In fact, the journalist that interviewed Ruto also did, if you remember sometimes back when Uhuru was in power, whenever they attend the Unga thing, she has done us a great favor, kwa sababu kama amejua Ruto amedanganya. So she has gone to ameandika, there is a way unaweza penya mtu indirectly. I'm trying to find it. Na amesema to the Kenyan masses, huyu anajitaga Ama. Where is it? Yeah, Christina. Yeah, Christina. I remember the interview she did with Uhuru. When and some of these anchors are the ones who push for agendas of the West. So these are very strong personalities. Wale watu wenye mnaenda kwa nini zao, you pour your frustrations there. Let them know that that man that spoke there, first of all, alikuwa anaongea uongo. He lost the legitimacy to talk about Kenyans. Right now, he's not pursuing anything on behalf of the country. He's just pursuing personal things there. So, hiyo yenye anasema ati there were no protests. He has been asked about the finance bill, why he was forcing it on us. And Ruto is very good in doing those things. Anajua vizuri kudanganya. So, wewe enda pale. That is the platform you can hammer. You can hammer him, because his administration is very careful with image. So enda uko, hammer him, and finish with the hashtag Ruto must go. When you do that, you would have helped the situation. You would have even played your part in the revolution, making it stronger, because we have said we only have one enemy. Na sisi hatuna shida na kila mtu akifanya mambo yake. Acha KOT afanye mambo yake, Morara afanye mambo yake. Those in the legal system wajaribu kufanya yao. Kila mtu anajaribu kupush. Those who believe that we should come up with different ideas. Very soon, mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda watajoin. Ikifika saa 6 ya usiku tunaanza kupiga masifuria. The whole nation saa 6 ya usiku inakuwa ni sufuria zinalia. Letting our frustration out and making the entire world know that we are uncomfortable with this man. Because huyu ndio adui yetu tu. Unaelewa? Huyu ndiye adui wetu tu. Kila mtu anaweza fanya tu kapati kake. Let the diaspora people do their part, yeah? Come to these platforms, encourage Kenyans, yeah? Preach to your kids that you left a country back at home. But at the moment, things are not looking pretty well. But there are guys on the ground trying to rectify that mess. And believe me, we will win win the fight. Because our strength lies in our unity. Tumesema our politicians wachache. They are very few. They are very, very, very few. We are the majority. And if we can combine our brains pamoja with our little resources, believe me, our watu watawezi maliza hapo 2 weeks. The only thing that is intimidating us, ni vile they made it a culture to loot and steal. Wame make it a culture to loot, steal, and they use the same resources to come and intimidate me and you. Wanakaa wanachungwa tu na mapolisi wanalipo 15,000, 20,000. Na yeye anaiba billion. Unaweza imagine mtu mwenye anaiba billions anachungwa na. Sasa why don't you pass this message, this civil education, civic education to these police whenever you get an opportunity. Si ati wote ni wabaya. Kutana nao huko kwa sherehe kidogo, waambie bwana huyu jamaa mnachunga huyu ni kuenjoy na waenjoy tu. At some point this man has to break. Asidhania ati ako immune, he will be held accountable. Mungu atatusaidia tutakuja kuform government in future. And believe me, William Ruto and his clan, and not even his clan, his group, when wameiba wameluti hii country to its knees, they will be held accountable someday. Everybody mwenye anakuwaga best yake na ni agent wake na maybe ampata opportunity ya kuwa hapa, let him remind him that someday the billions will not protect him. And someday the blood of Wakina Rex and others will come back to haunt him. Now, as we close, Apapa has spoken. There is somebody who is called Just Nyoike. Huyu jamaa request Mike. Sijui mimi ni nini mbaya. Just Nyoike. Amejaribu on your end. I don't know Toria. Have you seen such an individual? Alikuwa najaribu kumu-accept. Anapotea kidogo. I wish that would have given you an opportunity so that you can...
Nimemtumia ebu accept.
Yeah, that guy has really tried... requesting. I can see Baba here. Baba is very outspoken in other platforms. Leo ameamua tu kukaa listener. Sijui kama ameamua kama kukua kama Fabish. You know Fabish had decided leo ama sijui ni jana na leo yeye aongei kwa platforms zote. He's a listener. But since we know Fabish cannot be a listener, just a listener. Atakuja tu kuongea. Fabish ni ule jamaa alikuwa anaongea Kiswahili, ana mixiki Kiswahili na Kizungu. He's a real soldier, yeah? Yeah, now. Where do we go from here? I think mimi niko exhausted mbaya. I can see even Wambora laughing. Ako hapo chini. Haongei. Yani watu wako tu hapa wakina Western ndio hapa. They are not. I don't know if this revolution has a way of making people tired. Unaona? Yani kuna kuwaga tu na kakitu tu. Unapata kuna, and these are the things we should live encouraging each other. By the kuna watu wanaanza, there is also the mental torture, there is the mental fatigue. Dealing with Ruto is not easy, and that's why we keep saying it. This fight is not for the faint-hearted. It's not easy. Just the same way Ruto has decided that his profession, kumbuka ni mtu alianza kuiba akiwa, Ruto became a politician akiwa campus. So he was taught how to loot akiwa huko. So you can imagine how many years he has done it. So he cannot be tired in a day. Wewe umeanza kupigania revolution jana and you want to become tired. Hey, you are dealing with somebody who has been handling taxes. Ameiba taxes, tested while the first million alitest, alikuwa huko nyuma, akarudi na narrative ati alikuwa anauza kuku. Who told you ati alikuwa anauza kuku akakuwa millionaire? Those are lies. Anyway, I need some requests the mic because we want to close at exactly 2:40. Just Nyoike, your approval is here. I don't know. I'm trying to accept. It's not coming through. Toria, zuambie mtu hawa tu request idea yako so that at times accepting these things zinakuwaga shida. Toria?
Yes. Aki, I'm also exhausted like you say. I'm just Nyoike. Just drop and join again. I'll send you the mic direct.
Okay, let me give token. I can see token hands is up. Go, please.
Yes, yes. Good evening, everybody. I go by Captain Haiti. As you know, Ruto have unconstitutionally invaded our sovereign territory. So we have a common enemy that is not necessarily. He is a puppet. What is happening in Kenya is the same thing that is happening in Haiti, and same thing happening everywhere around the world. One thing I would like to say without keeping you too long is that Haitians are with you, and I know that Kenyans are with Haitians as well. I want to leave you on something to think about. When you ask them for jobs, they give you the jobs, but they tax you to rob you from your revenues. When you build a business, they use inflation to take away your profits. When you make investment, they use capital tax gains in order to take away your profits. So what I'm going to tell you is very simple. Because of the advancement of BRICS, have only been made possible because of the technology of blockchain. I would invite you to look into it because your young nations, along with mine, can leverage that technology in order to organize ourselves through a decentralized autonomous organization. And that way we keep the energy, the effort, and the revenue that we create between us, and they no longer get access to it. The only reason why they can keep us down is because we relinquish our power to them, thinking that we need representation. Thanks to the technology today, we no longer need representation. So visit my page on the X. Last week, we have financed a cleanup in one of your neighborhoods from Haiti to Kenya. And from Kenya, we're going to clean up a neighborhood in Haiti as well. One neighborhood at a time. We're going to reward people with the Captain Kenya token in order to help you support your local businesses and increase your GDP in a way that they cannot steal from us anymore. So I send you my love from my ancestors, from people living today in Haiti, and we shall meet again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Token. And so, glad to hear from you all the way from Haiti. And our president, just the same way you've described him, a puppet of the West, and our troops. Those are even not, they are not troops, they are policemen. They've been sent to your country. I understand that the other day our president was there, but
they are. If I can answer your question, they are mercenaries. They have discovered so much natural resources under our land that they have totally annihilated our government in order to be able to change our constitutions to allow the mining companies to go in there. And these companies are American companies. And I will recall you that Obama's father is from your homeland. So they have totally, what they're doing, they are using their descendants. They plead allegiance to the United States. And even in United States, the citizens of United States are trying to get rid of the same people because they have deployed within the United States the same strategy that they have done in our country. So the general white people, Latino people, Asian American, everybody, they are fighting the same people that you guys are fighting in Kenya and that we are fighting in Haiti.
So this is all about the natural resources. So Ruto the United States is not doing it directly, but they are doing it through puppet presidents like William Ruto.
Yes.
What about your prime minister? Your prime minister, is it the prime minister that
made a trip to Kenya. I remember they signed some agreement before our troops came down there, because we don't know which is this peace, and what is barbecue up to? What is this that barbecue is having conflict with the government of the day? And is this a legally installed government, or it's just a government also installed by the United States?
Okay, if you want to know more, because there's no way I can resume all your question within 3 minutes or 5 minutes, because I don't want to bore you guys. You go to Haiti'sMostWanted.com. Haiti, Haitis, mostwanted.com. And then you will see a bunch of information about it. Okay. Now I'm going to try to resume everything. So we have 941 million barrel of oil that they have discovered under Haiti. Haiti is the largest concentration of iridium compared to any place in the world because of our mountains. They have also discovered 1.5 million cubic ton of copper as well. And there's a lot of many other natural resources. Okay, so what have happened is they do the same template around the world. They're not ingenious. We have to oppose them and be smarter by using technology. So what's the template? The template is to go to your government. There's a great book about that, which is Confession of an Economic Hitman. So they go to your government and they tell them, hey, listen, we're going to pay you some money, or you're going to take a loan from the IMF. And we know that the interest rate, your GDP cannot support that interest rate, but you're going to indebt the youth. Oh, why would we do that? Listen, if you don't do that, we're going to take you out. They organize a coup and they put out your government. So anybody that wants to do well, do good for the country, they put you in a position. It's either you accept, or we kill you, or we kill your family, or we just take you out. Now, as they go, they did that to Haiti. That's why we had dictators. But the structure of our Constitution do not relinquish the power to only one sector of our government. The president doesn't have any other power than to elect, unless it is voted from the Senate. So the Senate have to send the project back to the goodwill of the president. He takes out the prime minister. Okay, so because of this structure, they have no choice but to totally dismantle the Haitian government. And now, because of the Constitution, the president that was there before, since 2012, he has signed mining contract to mine the American, French, and Canadian mining companies. These contracts are unconstitutional. So you guys want to know why you have your family and policemen in Kenya and Haiti? You have your people in Haiti because Ruto is using you and using the power of your state in order to enrich himself and the Obamas, the Clinton, the Bidens, etc. So I'm going to conclude on this. When they go to Haiti, now that they have totally disassembled the government, they want to change the Constitution. Because these mining contracts, and I just told you how many resources are there, okay? Almost trillions of dollars. So these mining contracts are not valid. The only way to make these contracts valid is to change the Haitian constitutions, which they are about to do. So that's why you guys are here. You guys, your mercenaries are in Haiti, because they're here to protect the natural resources and to kick people out of their land. They kick people out of Haitians' land every day. So when you see Haitian being refugees in America, most of them are people that have been stolen. They stole their lands, but they cannot say anything because they still have family back home. And if they say something, they're going to send the gangs to them. Okay, so this is the whole situation. It's all about the land. Now, what is the solution? The solution is the technology. What technology is blockchain? If you look into Russia, China, South Africa, all these countries are aligning themselves, India, with BRICS, but they're using the technology in order to go around of the financial systems manipulation. That's the power, and the power reside on what? The power reside on the natural resources and the land that you have, but mostly the people. Because when you have a treasury and everybody have a token, and you vote on the budget that you want to allocate to your social programs, you no longer need the government. Even if the government wants to tax you on what you're doing, the revenue that you're generating, no problem, take your part. We have our part, we no longer need you. And as we strengthen ourselves, we'll have the budget necessary to put our people in power. So I don't want to get too long into this, but guys, we're so excited by your mentality, your culture. You guys are so in a state of alert. I'm very impressed. You give us hope. You give us inspiration. Continue on fighting and look into what we did in Kenya last week. And we're looking for more people to receive the Captain Kenya token. It's free. So go on my profile, apply for the Captain Kenya token, and we'll give you free token. And every time you send it to another person in Kenya, we double the token that you have donated to somebody else. So you all get votes, and you all can receive revenues that stays away from the government. Okay, I cannot make it all make sense right now, but I promise you, just go on the profile, follow my profile, and then as you go, you will see that it's possible. And you will understand what we're doing. We're using the same technology as BRIC to empower the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Token. Thank you, and we are very lucky to have that guy here. And I can see a couple of hands. There are people who would want to ask those questions. Stella, your hand is up, but you're still on the listener list. Kindly request the mic. And something I can see how your hand is also up. Very many questions coming up, and just before you go, yeah, very interesting to hear. You see, and I wanted also Token before you go. You should know this. That man is not representing, does not represent the views of the Republic. He is not representing Kenyans. Those troops, even the courts back at home had said it is unconstitutional, but he still defied the court order and took those fellas to Haiti. Haiti is a sovereign state, I believe, and it should be respected. We respect Haiti as the people of Kenya, but William Ruto is on that land to pursue personal goals and personal ambitions, which is the land. There is a lot he has done back at home here in terms of land. He's the biggest land grabber. There is no idle land in Kenya that Ruto sees and leaves it. So you can see he has imported the impunity to other nations, and that's so unfortunate and very shameful. And that's why whenever we get an opportunity to tell anybody who is outside our borders, outside our country, let them know the president that we have is a merchant of impunity, and that is his name. I think there was a couple of questions that were coming to you on your way, Token. Let me give the opportunity to How. You wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I just have a simple one. Zapase, my brother from Haiti.
Nabule.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any space?
Sorry? You're rugging.
Ask again, your mic is... Hello? How? You can hear me?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm listening.
We have not, we did not get your question.
Audible.
Yeah, you're not audible enough. I think something is wrong with the mic.
Yeah, so the question I'm just...
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now you're clear. You're clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I was just asking my brother, do you Haitians hold any spaces online? And if it is possible, can we maybe make a plan and have a coordinational space between Kenyans and Haitians to just talk about these issues, so that we
I
get to
will
see
be
what is
happy
happening on
to.
the other side? Yes, please.
I
Thanks.
will be happy to, big time. I don't know if you can DM me, and we can organize this.
Sure, no problem.
Yes, we can organize it, and it will be it will be a great thing to happen. Did I answer your question well?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, and all the best. We are together in prayer. You are not alone.
Okay. Anybody who wanted to ask Token a question, especially the people in the Caribbean, there are those in the diaspora. Anybody who had a question for? I saw. What's her name? I saw somebody down here wanting to ask a question. Okay, in case there is no the goal, go ahead, ask.
Yes, I'm listening. I don't hear anything.
Gold Rush, it is you. Your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Gold Rush.
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir? But I wanted to point out that
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I just got home from work. I'm taking my shoes off. Already took the dog out. Everything's good. But I wanted to say, I have a friend. He goes by Lido Nation. LIDO. LIDO Nation, and he's not affiliated with like the Ethereum thing, but he does teach people blockchain. That's literally, he's receiving awards for it, and he's currently in Africa, and I'm not sure if he's traveling around. I don't know if he's in Nigeria or Kenya, but you guys should reach out to him if you want to learn about blockchain and like what it could do to, at least, and I don't know what's going on in every country, but I do know that blockchain can allow you to like take your currency with you. You know what I mean? So like in case you're in like a territory where you're worried about the well-being of your family and everything, and you need to get out, it might make sense to like put your money on the blockchain so that like you don't have to take it with, like carry it.
You're getting too technical. You're getting too technical, Gold Rush.
Well,
here's how I could say, and I appreciate it.
I'm a practical thinker, you know what I mean? So like if you're in a bad situation and you think you need to get out, blockchain might be the best solution for that, because you can put it all into this ledger on the internet, and then when you get to your final destination, you pull it back off that ledger, off the internet. You know what I mean? And in the meantime, like you might actually be able to use it to...
I'm going to try to translate what you're saying. So the technology that I'm talking about, the way that they have stolen our countries, our land, our ancestors' land from us is by using technology. Either technology of war, either technology of information. Right now, the technology of Bitcoin, blockchain, Solana, Cardano, etc., all these are digital are networks, okay? And Russia stopped Bitcoin. All these countries, India have tried to stop it because it was menacing their political power. Once they have realized that it is a technology that is totally decentralized, that means nobody owns it. If you have a website and you use your computer to go to that website, and you use a computer, you use a website to antagonize the Kenyan society, the Kenyan government can send a subpoena to your host and to the server and require them to take down your website. But if your website is on the blockchain technology, there's nobody to subpoena, because a fraction of the website is located in over 200,000 computers around the world. if you have your money in a bank in Kenya and the government, and you use your profit to finance a new political party, they could subpoena the bank to make it difficult for you financially. But if the asset, the value that you have is on the blockchain, they cannot stop you from making the transactions. That's why all these countries that have tried to block Bitcoin and blockchains in their country, they are now adopting it faster than the America could adopt it, because America is on the siege as well. So in order to defeat the people that have taken control of Kenya, of Haiti, Burkina Faso, and all these other countries that have natural resources, we need to adopt the technology the fastest as possible. So that's why I'm giving it away for free. I have the Captain Haiti Foundation. We receive donation from anybody in the world, and we give away the token for free for the Captain Kenya token, the Captain Haiti token, the Captain Nigeria token. In the past 72 hours, we made a test. We have over 841 people that have applied to receive the token. And we have to put a pause, and that is nothing. So my suggestion to everybody is to go to follow me on X. I'm going to post a link where you can go and apply to receive the token for free. Even your grandma, your grandpa can do it. And then the world is going to flood money into your token so you can be financial free, so you can free yourself from the Kenyan government.
Well, that doesn't just automatically happen.
Land grabber. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The golden gold rush. I think you can get in touch with our friend Token so that you can take this conversation into another. Because I really doubt if we can exhaust the conversation at this particular moment. The other thing is that we were appreciating. We really appreciate our brother, especially from. Is it the Caribbean or the other side of the world, to really come to and
it's the same planet, brother. It's the same planet.
Exactly. It's interesting to note that we are facing a similar enemy, we are facing similar challenges, and you can see we are not yet off the hook in terms of fully being independent. As countries, we are the democracy that they tend to preach to us is not really the true democracy, and we need to do a lot as a continent and as a people. So there is a lot that we need to enslave ourselves from these chains, because the people ruling us, the people we are believing that are leaders, they seem to be puppets. They seem to be puppets of some individuals somewhere. So there is a lot we need to do as countries and as a continent. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming into this platform. Thank you for
my pleasure. I would like to conclude with one last word, please.
Okay.
I would like to tell people that the only power that they have is the one you relinquish to them. That's the only power you have. As long as you think you can find somebody to represent your interest, you're always going to get played. The only power they have is the one that you relinquish to them. Thank you.
And that's the power we want to take it back, because our good constitution in our country gives us the power. We donate this power to them, and they have misused this power. So we need this power back, and we can only get power back if we exercise it directly or indirectly. I don't want to go into that because we will now be going back to our constitution and blah and blah and blah. But believe me, soon or later we will have our power back. You had to add something, the gold, and I hope it does not revolve around the.
No. Well, I mean, I am going to speak about blockchain, but I wanted to say, you can put your capital, whatever is in your bank account. So if it gets really hairy where you are, like if it gets scary, if people are like shooting and shit, you can drop your currency into stable coins on the blockchain. And then you can take that seed phrase with you wherever you go, and you'll be able to recoup that and reinvigorate yourself wherever you find yourself, or maybe on the other side of this dictatorship or whatever you're dealing with, right? On the other side of this thing, you'll be able to reconstitute that, and then now it can be denominated in USD or whatever you think, or gold. You could actually invest in gold on the blockchain and then take it, because technically the dollar is going closer to zero every day. So like we're dealing with the same shit in the United States. Like we have corporate capture in the United States. We have we're dealing with the same problem. Like we created this shit. We perpetuated this bullshit, and now we're kind of reaping the harvest of our bad seeding, right? So
say it again. Say it again.
Say it
the
again.
United States of America have the same problem.
Well, it started as colonialism way before the United States was ever fucking created. It started as colonialism, and it was French. It was France. It was Germany. It was England. My wife is from India. She could tell you all about it, and there's a lot of. It's been going on for 500 years probably, and then in the midst of that, there were all of these colonial institutions, and then what really exacerbated the situation was World War I. Now we divided the continent of Africa into just whichever colonial entity owns this swath of land, right? And then now they started breaking up all of the, now it's like, oh, our companies get to mine your resources, and that was never an American thing, but it became an American thing, even for bananas and I mean, corporations are kind of the enemy of every citizen that ever existed in any country, because they're multinational and they can do whatever the hell they want to do. So everybody needs to be prepared to just stash your stuff away, and putting it under the mattress ain't necessarily the best thing to do. These days, we have private ledgers. We have ledgers, and I don't care which blockchain it's on. I don't care. I'm not trying to foster you into any particular blockchain.
Don't get technical.
Right. I'm just saying that you can easily stash away your wealth.
The gold and token. The gold and token. We really appreciate. I think I'll create some time for you guys to come back on this platform. There's a lot of information, valuable information that you guys have that very many Kenyans would want to get a grip on this particular information. But currently,
I'm available anytime. I have used the technology to protect my mother's 1.2 million property in Haiti. The government wanted to seize our property, and I protected it by using the technology. I would like to help you Kenyans to protect yourself from Ruto and all the other languages. So reach out to me. We'll make a space, and I'll teach you.
Thank you, Token. We'll be organizing that very, very soon. I don't want to look like I'm dismissing that as not so important. It's very important. But whose mic is on? What I'm saying, somebody's mic is on. What I'm emphasizing here is that I would want you guys to have a bigger audience, a bigger platform, so that you can bring the ideas to different Kenyans who at this particular time, some of them have already retired to bed. Also, you have to understand that back here at home, it's very late. It's almost 3 a.m. Some of us need to take a 2 hour sleep so that we can have some energy to counter this government. Tomorrow we have to go to the ground to do some civic education to our people. Our people need to get some information, especially on matters of governance and accountability, which we are trying to do to our people. There's a lot we need to do here back so that our people can be unchained from the slavery mentality that has been planted into them by this very administration. Otherwise, it has been a pleasure talking, and the gold. I'm looking forward to really bringing you back here so that people can get something, especially on that front of how do we free ourselves? How do we free ourselves also economically from these oppressors? Otherwise, it has been a pleasure, guys. I know, guys in the diaspora, you'd want this space to continue so that you can be, we can engage deeply, but unfortunately, we have to close. We have to close, and like I've asked before, Marvin Mabonga will be going to the ground together with Morala. And we are really encouraging you guys to support guys here back at home. The little you can do, I know you guys want to come back home to a better country. These are young people, these are young men that have put their lives on the front line. They are putting their lives on the front line, everything they have, all their resources to really educate the masses. Because if we don't take this message to our people, to our parents back in the village, then they will always believe that a government is voted in and there is no way you can get rid of that government. As I switch back to our vernacular, what I'm trying to say, kile Kenya najaribu kusema, hii ujumbe usipofikia wale ambao wako nyumbani, wale ambao ni mababa zetu, wale ambao ni mama zetu, wale ambao wenye unaenda unawaambia kuhusu serikali imefanya hivi na hivi, wanakuambia Ruto tu amekuwa hapo miaka 2, mpe wakati ama mpa muda. This government cannot be given any time. There is no time to give this government. It has been in power 2 years. It has shown you that in 2 years it is capable of doing this worse. So how much time does it need? The only time this government needs from you is for you to donate it. The time you give it time to continue looting, stealing, and killing, and torturing, and even abducting our friends. So we have to rectify the mess that is in the country, and the only way to do it is through civil education. It's also through participating in such forums, encouraging each other. We are having even friends from the diaspora and other continents coming here to encourage us, to strengthen us. That's the only way we can change the world. So together, tafadhali, if you get an opportunity of supporting your brother, please support him. We are doing a marvelous job. I know there is light at the end of the tunnel. We will achieve it. And someday we will be proud of our country once again. Ruto is an individual. Ruto is an individual representing a fraction, 3% of his fellow politicians. We are more than 50-something million. We cannot allow a bunch of greedy politicians destroying our country, selling our assets abroad. They have taken our assets as if it's their personal belongings. They can call for the highest bidder to come and auction them. So this is the nonsense we should reject. And how do we reject it? By simply supporting one another. I thank you. I salute you, the people in the diaspora. You are doing an amazing work. Even if you just come here to listen, please pass the gospel to your friends, yeah, so that they look forward to returning home to a better country. Otherwise, it has been a pleasure. I want to take it back to my co-host Toria as he prepares to close the space. Otherwise, big up, Token. Thank you for being there. And the goal, thank you for coming back. Always a pleasure. Toria.
Yes, I don't know if I'm audible enough. Rasji, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and wake up KOT so that he can close.
Oh, nice. I want to appreciate everyone who has took his time to be up at this moment. It's a very critical hour to support us as Kenyans and as patriots of this country. We want a better country, and that's why we are having sleepless nights, staying up through the night to see how we fix this country together, how we can move forward, how we can make a step from wherever we are to better our country. We need a better future for our kids, even if it's not for ourselves, for the future generation, which is gonna be coming tomorrow. And we can only do that by fighting and just coming together at this moment, holding our hands together, pushing this thing. And okay, it's a revolution, pushing it to the core. We need unity, we need support, we need prayers, everything that we deserve to push it, to make it work for everyone. Your little contribution, whether it's by speech, by reposting, by contributing financially, giving mental support, it's highly valued and appreciated. Once again, you are always welcomed in Sauti ya Mwananchi, where we value each and everyone's, like every citizen's a voice. So the girl, kindly, we are closing. We need our host to take a nap. In the morning, he'll be traveling for civic education in the grounds, and she will know very well that it's not an easy job. It requires a lot of commitment and dedication, persistent for it to work. And our host is one of the people who has been very persistent in this movement, passing civic education, sacrificing his time. Mind you, he is a student trying to multitask, fighting for your country and balancing your own life. It's not easy. It's not easy. It requires persistent commitment, and also like you put yourself, like your desires aside, and focus on liberating your country. I hope and I pray so much that the fruits of our efforts, like our efforts to bear fruits at the end. So good night, guys. We might not talk again. Maybe in the morning, the Sauti ya Mwananchi. Actually, I'm unwell, but I'm struggling as much as I can to be here because I want a better Kenya. People in diaspora, you have to know one thing: east or west, home is always the best. You will move and roam around the country, but at long last, you will come back to Kenya, whereby it's your home. So let's all of us focus on building a better nation for tomorrow. Let's stop the corruption issues. Like, we need good governance. Let's hold people accountable for what they are doing. Like, stand for justice. That's what I can say for now. Unity, unity, unity. I will always preach unity. Always respect everyone's idea. Do not discriminate anyone. Let's avoid tribalism. We know tribalism is one of the biggest shareholder in our country's fallout, because these leaders, they are not leaders, they are politicians. These politicians tend to use this giant called the tribalism to divide us And when we are divided, they are happy. They take the advantage. They fix their deals. They go ahead. They rob us. They loot everything that's in our country. They are doing this for their own benefit, not for us. So, guys, we have a number there. Tomorrow, Marvin Mabonga will be on the ground in the Rift Valley region with Morara Keboso and other few individuals who have sacrificed or volunteered themselves to join in the civic education in the ground. So we have a number there. You can help fuel. You saw what happened the other day. They experienced, I don't know if it's a planned or an unplanned accident, which led them to find other means of transport back home. And it's very challenging. You are in a place you don't know, you have to find means, you don't know how you're gonna reach to your destination. It's night. So guys, let's do this. We have that number over there, 0710452543. Your contribution will be highly appreciated, highly acknowledged, because it's gonna support in one way or the other. Let's keep injecting. Change starts with you. Start by yourself, start with your family, start with your community, your churches, everywhere. Let them understand the essence of why we need good governance, why we are emphasizing on good governance, why we are on the streets. They are saying that we are burning down the country, but you're not. We are trying to renovate our country, which is being burnt down by these crooked anarchists, murderers, terrorists, criminals who go ahead and call your patriots, call your citizens criminals. All in all the best. Together we can. That's what I can say for now. Ras, Ebu ongea as I try to reach out KOT.
That was powerful.
Ras, are you there? Ras. Oh my God. The girl, you can go ahead as I try to reach out to the hosts.
Yeah, it looks like there were people speaking, so I feel like I just spoke over someone. But I can tell that called Sanko. It looks like his mic is on, but he's not speaking. And then Ross, looks like his mic is on, so I was afraid I was speaking over him as well. But no, man. Yeah. So what is exactly going on in Kenya? Or I'm sorry, are we talking about Kenya or Nigeria? Because I have friends in both places, and I'm trying to figure out how to connect them with whoever needs to be connected. Like I want people to find liberty. You know what I mean? And I haven't found liberty. I'm in the United States currently. I haven't found liberty in 43 years. As a matter of fact, it seems like I'm kind of falling into the same trap that like the IMF, the World Bank, the everybody is like creating. There's a big trap that's happening all around the world, and I'm looking for a solution just like you guys are. So, all right. Well, I guess the space is over if I'm the only person that's allowed to speak. Everybody have a great night, or great day. Apparently, if it's 7 here, it must be very late there. But yeah, I'm in the United States, and it's not that much better for us here. They're clamping down exactly the same way that they started doing, 60 years ago with the rest of the world, and or not even 60 years ago. It actually goes back to the end of the World War One, right? That's when we split up Africa, and then that's when everybody started claiming all the resources, and everybody split it up, and it had literally zero attention to like which culture was in which zone or any of that. And that's what led to all the Middle East shit. That's what led to all the Middle East conflicts, is that they just split every country up wrong, you know? Am I rugged? Like, is someone speaking right now? Is anyone speaking right now?
you.